I'm Mary Berry, and in this series I'm going to be showing you some of my absolute favourites.
Not too difficult to make, not too many ingredients, and the sort of recipes that the family are going to say, ooh and ah, and please can we have them again?
These favourites have been inspired by the places I love. The countryside, by the sea, markets and gardens. And of course, my home.
I'll be sharing with you some brand new ideas and some recipes that I never ever tire of.
Tonight,
Is that a bit sharp at the moment?
No, I think it's lovely.
it's my favourites from the local farmers market.
In this programme, my recipes are inspired by the wonderful ingredients you find in farmers' markets and farm shops.
A visit to the farmers market is such a lovely thing to do. I enjoy seeing what's in season and meeting the local farmers and stallholders.
There's a creamy, mature cheddar taste.
There's nothing like the feeling of knowing exactly where your food comes from. Tonight, a delicious soup using one of British farmers' best-loved vegetables. Salads inspired by all those wonderful things that you can buy on the stalls. A family favourite with lovely local sausages. A showstopper pud perfect for hand-picked berries. But first, a dinner party dish with one of my personal market favourites.
I love asparagus. It makes this dish very special. I remember my father used to grow these with tremendous care. I've tried to grow it, and as soon as you get weed in it, you're in trouble. I've never been successful, so therefore I go and buy it from a farm shop nearby.
Start by seasoning 6 chicken breasts and seal them in a hot pan with 25 grams of melted butter and a tablespoonful of oil.
All I'm doing with these chicken breasts is getting them golden brown on each side, but in no way are they done in the middle. That's exactly what I'm looking for.
When they're golden on the outside, remove them from the pan and start the sauce.
I've got these beautiful shallots here, but they are absolute devils to peel. I find it best to put them in boiling water. It just loosens the skin, and so that's exactly what I'm going to do. I've got a pan over here, and it's a very good tip if you're doing pickled onions. You know those little onions that take ages to peel? So I'm going to leave that off the heat for about 5 or 10 minutes.
Rinse them under cold water and off comes the skin. Then cut the shallots into quarters to fry.
I'm using the same pan. Not only does it save the washing up, but you do get the flavour of the chicken juices.
To thicken the sauce, use a heaped tablespoon of plain flour.
This is an old-fashioned tablespoon. Measure it carefully if you like, 30 grams, but I promise you if I put that on the scales, that's what it'll be. So in the bowl.
Combine the flour with some of the 400 ml of cold chicken stock.
I'm going to make that really, really smooth. You might think it's a bit like making custard. Then I'm going to put the remainder of the stock in here, like that, and I'm going to pour that in, stirring all the time, and that will thicken it, which indeed it has. And this is absolutely smooth, as you can see. There's no sign of a little white lump.
Add some freshly chopped lemon thyme and the seared chicken breast back to the pan.
Now, there are some juices on that tin, which I certainly do not want to throw away. That'll all add to the flavour. On with the lid and leave that to cook for about 20 minutes on a very low heat, and keep your eye on it, and it should have just a gentle bubble from time to time.
Next, the asparagus.
So to start with, take the asparagus and it will break where it's tender. Then they should really give a nice crack.
Chop up the stems into thickish slices, nice and evenly, but keep the tips whole for garnish. Add them all to boiling salted water for 2 to 3 minutes. And it's time to check the chicken.
To make sure it's cooked, I'm going to look at my portion. Now that to me is perfect. It's still got a spring to it. So let's put that back in the pan.
And to finish, squeeze the juice of a lemon into the pan, add a 200ml tub of full-fat creme fraiche, and of course, the cooked asparagus stems.
Not only will they add flavour, but they'll add colour. So in they go.
Finally, add a couple of tablespoonfuls of parsley, just roughly chopped.
Looks lovely. Now, ready to serve. There are those that like a lot of sauce, and I'm married to a gravy man, so all my recipes have quite a lot of sauce. Well, the smell is delicious. It's a lovely smooth sauce. It's a deep flavour of lemon, and it feels rich. I think that is a great dish to serve on a special occasion, so à table and enjoy it.
Seeing the first crop of asparagus each year is always exciting. So here is another of my favourite recipes to make the most of the season.
It is so simple, and there's only 3 veggie ingredients. That's onion, potatoes and asparagus.
To make enough soup for 6, add a finely chopped onion and 350 grams of diced potatoes to hot butter and cook them down on a gentle heat for about 10 minutes.
Now to the asparagus. This recipe, I use about 500 grams of asparagus. I'm cutting the top inch, and I'm going to use that for garnish. I'm going to put those into the bowl there. So those woody ends really haven't got so much flavour, and also to get them through the sieve would be difficult. So you just trim off those, and in my case, we put them on the compost. And remember those ends that I had left over this morning from the chicken? There they are, and I'm just going to trim them all off in one go. You can see how woody they are because I can hardly get through them.
By now, the potatoes and onion should be nicely softened, so add 900 ml of either chicken or vegetable stock and bring it to the boil. Chop up the asparagus stalks and add them to the stock with some salt and pepper. And leave to simmer for a further 10 minutes.
Now you can put this in a processor, or you can use a hand blender. So you want to know something? I always use a processor, and I'm not used to these hand blenders, and I'm learning that you don't lift it out with hot liquid because it goes all over you. So into the liquid and then switch on. I have to say it's rather efficient. It's working very well.
Once you've finished blending, press the soup through a sieve to remove all the woody bits.
I can remember making pureed soups at college, and not only did we have to sieve them, you then had to put them through a cloth, fold it over and twist the ends. It was called tammying. Nobody ever does that now.
Now, all that needs to be done is to reheat the soup and add 2 or 3 tablespoons of double cream.
Now that adds a touch of luxury. Doesn't that look good? It looks sort of velvety. Bit of all right. Let's pour that in the bowls. A little drop of cream on the top.
And top with the tips of asparagus that have been boiled for just 2 or 3 minutes.
I know what you're thinking, it's an awfully big spoon, but my grandmother used to serve soup with this size spoon, so I'm following in her wake. You know something? That really is delicious. It is so smooth and velvety, and there's no doubt what the flavouring is. I might eat the rest of that bowl in a minute.
Farmers' markets like this one in Guildford are relatively new. Many of them were started up to help farmers after the foot and mouth outbreak in the late 1990s. And now there are around 1,000 of them all over the country.
That's the sharp one, going down to sweeter.
I've got a few things on my list today. First stop is the fruit and veg stall of a local farm.
Good morning.
Good morning! What an amazing selection of apples.
Thank you.
Are they all locally grown?
They're all grown on our farm in Kent. Yes, we grow just over 200 varieties now. So lots of variation.
I like a fairly hard, sweet apple, with a very, very crisp. What do you suggest?
Okay, well this is a little tart at the moment. This is a Pitmarston pineapple. So in a warm atmosphere you get that lovely scent of pineapples.
Really?
It's quite an old variety from the 1700s. When it gets a little riper you might get a bit more sweetness. Is that a bit sharp at the moment?
No, I think it's lovely.
Of course, it's not just fruit and vegetable farmers here. All sorts of people get the chance to meet their customers and showcase their goods, from local cheeses
Feral cheese feast ahead of you. Thank you very much.
to freshly caught fish
I had sea bream yesterday. I want to do is absolutely.
and some beautiful artisan breads.
Which are the most popular ones?
Well, the most popular are the spelts, wholemeal, Sussex kibble.
What's Sussex kibble?
Sussex kibble, this is a recipe that I found in a village called Storrington in Sussex, and this is kibbled wheat. It's literally just cracked wheat.
Cracked wheat, but cut up very small.
Yes.
I'd also like some sourdough.
What about that one there?
See if is it nice and brown underneath?
Oh, you want to see the
I
bottom?
like that,
don't you?
yes, I do. Very good.
What I find so exciting nowadays is the amount of speciality goods that you can find in these markets.
Hello.
Good morning, madam. How are you?
Bit cold.
Can I help you?
And I've got some salads planned that will make good use of some of them.
Do you have black olives
I have
in
black.
oil? Now, how should I keep those when I get home?
I don't put them in the refrigerator. It's the worst place you can put them. Best place, I always tell people, buy the cooker, buy a bottle of red wine.
There's nothing like bringing a selection home, and I think I've got everything I need for my next recipe.
So the first of my 6 market salads is celeriac remoulade, and that's celeriac in a lovely creamy strong dressing.
Start with the celeriac.
I really need to be taller, don't I?
Cut off all the knobbly bits and it's ready to shred.
I'm going to use a slicer, and this is quite inexpensive. I think they're under £10. But to go back when I was at college, this was part of our equipment. You had a set of knives and you had a slicer like this. So this is, I hate to say, it's 60 years old. And you could do the celeriac on there, but there's no guard and you could so easily cut yourself. I'll just keep that to admire and keep it as part of my history. Right.
To stop it from discolouring, coat it in a little lemon juice and a little water.
And now for a lovely creamy piquant dressing.
I'm using 6 tablespoons of light mayonnaise, a tablespoon of Dijon mustard, the juice of half a lemon, a dash of sugar and some seasoning. When it's mixed, drain off the celeriac, then bring it all together.
And there we have our first salad, celeriac remoulade.
Next, it's my quick and easy Caesar salad.
The classic lettuce to use is a Kos lettuce. Dad used to grow these and he called them London lettuce. Don't ask me why, and it's not called London now, but often plants change their names.
My version of this salad is really just a matter of chopping the beautifully crisp lettuce and making a simple dressing.
And for me, that is what makes the salad. So in the bowl, I'm going to put 6 tablespoonfuls of mayonnaise. Now, a tip about doing this, you see how I put those blobs like that? If you actually put the blobs so you can count them, because at home, the dog can want to be let out, the phone can ring, and you can never remember how many spoons you put in. So I know I've put 2 in, 3, 4.
Add 1½ tablespoons of Dijon mustard.
I'm then going to have a dash of Worcester sauce. That just gives it a little pep up.
Then season. Now add some grated parmesan.
1, 2.
And crushed garlic. If the mixture is a bit thick, just add a little water to thin it out.
So that's looking good. I'll just toss it, make sure that it's really well coated.
And finish with shaved parmesan and some crispy golden crouton.
I've made my cedar salad without any meat added. You could add chicken, you could add avocado, just whatever you like.
Another idea to make the most of those market veg is to spruce up some marinated artichokes and red peppers with fresh basil and a little balsamic vinegar.
Very, very colourful. And it's rather nice with the flecks of green.
And to use those olives, how about my version of a Greek salad? Just add them to some crumbled feta cheese and sun-dried tomatoes, and finish with olive oil and a little salt and pepper.
That's it. A lovely mixture. Then I've got some carrot. Now, carrot, coarsely grated, is delicious, but I like to add some lemon juice and some poppy seed, and that's exactly what I've done there. All very simple, a little bit of pepper and salt, and it's as cheap, very effective.
Lastly, a tasty bean salad. Drain a tin of mixed beans, add some finely chopped spring onions, sliced celery and diced tomato.
And for the dressing, I put some fresh tarragon in there with some oil, mustard, pepper, salt and a dash of sugar. So in that goes to dress it.
Give it a good stir and there you have it.
So that is my market salad. And I think that looks very tempting if you just want a light lunch and a little bit of everything.
If I'm not in a hurry, I always like to have a chat with the farmers and find out a bit more about them.
I'm the wife and Dad is a farmer, so...
Georgina and John Emerson have been bringing their meat and poultry here since the market started almost 15 years ago.
And what do you sell most of?
Oh, we sell a lot of sausages, as you can see this morning. People had sausages during the
Oh,
week.
so you've got all sorts of
We do lots
varieties
We
here.
do about 25 different flavours, so we bring a selection each time we're at a market.
Which is the most popular?
Probably the plain out of all the flavours we do, but we do all kinds of different flavours with caramelised onion. We've got black pudding where we use a black pudding from Scotland.
Oh, and here at the end, pork and leek, my favourite.
Lovely, thank you.
One of my favourite ways of using sausages is in my next recipe, roasted sausage supper.
This is a true favourite of mine. It's a great family dish.
Start with the vegetables. I'm using 500 grams of new potatoes, just chopped in half. 2 large onions sliced into wedges. Keeping the root on will help them stay together. And 2 red peppers, roughly chopped into bite-sized pieces.
Now to the magic part of the recipe. A simple plastic bag. I'm going to put all these vegetables in the plastic bag some olive oil, and as you rub the bag, it's a light coating. I don't need to use too much oil, and my hands are clean. So let's just put those into the bag with everything else.
Add 2 cloves of chopped garlic and some thyme to the bag.
In it goes. Lastly, the sausages. As we saw, there was a huge variety of different sausages in the farmer's market. I still like pork sausages best, but I do like trying all the different flavours. These are herb and leek.
Prick the sausages. I'm using 12 in this recipe.
That's it.
Add them to the bag, and in goes 2 tablespoons of olive oil.
So then you want to hold the top of the bag and tip all these until every single one is well covered. I think that's a good job done.
You'll need your biggest roasting tin for this. Just tip everything in. You want one even layer with the sausages on top so they cook through.
Right, that's all ready for the oven, and I'm going to cook that at 200 degrees fan for about 35 or 40 minutes.
When the sausages are brown, turn them over. And for a bit of extra flavour, add 200 ml of white wine. Continue to cook at the same temperature for another 20 minutes.
So I'm off to lay the table some ready for supper. Well, it's had its time. Let's have a look. So how about that then? Doesn't that look inviting? You want to have everybody absolutely ready to come and help themselves, and you can really see why this is one of my favourites. All the washing up I've got is one tin.
Of course, the market is full of ideas for sweet things too. And I always keep my eyes peeled for the ingredients for one of my favourite tried and tested puds.
Do you know, I get more letters, emails and questions about how to get success with a meringue than anything else. And I have a foolproof way that will give you success every time, so your problems will be over. So first of all, I'm going to separate the eggs. I've got 3 eggs here, and they're nice and fresh. The secret is to whisk on full speed, whether you're using a big mixer like this, or a handheld one, or even, I had one when I was first married, one that you just went like this like mad. The main thing is you've got to get as much air into the egg white as you can. So full speed ahead now.
When the egg whites start to look like cloud, add 175 grams of caster sugar, a spoonful at a time. Keep your mixer on full speed until the meringue is stiff.
That looks about right to me. Let me just show you. It really looks as stiff as can be. And I'm going to be brave, and you'll watch it drop. Is it going to drop? No, really, really stiff. Now, as it's a pavlova, I want to make it nice and marshmallowy in the middle, and to do that, you add corn flour and vinegar.
So mix a level teaspoon of corn flour and a teaspoon of white wine vinegar together, and then fold it into the meringue. Take a baking sheet topped with baking paper with a 20-centimetre circle marked out, and spread the pavlova mix on it.
I'm being very careful to keep it within that pencil circle because that is the shape that I want. So squash that down and push it all out to the edges. And if you have children or grandchildren who enjoy cooking, let them do something like this, perhaps for Sunday tea. So I'm quite happy with that. It looks nice and informal. There are little peaks sticking up, and I've got a really nice cavity in there to put lots of cream and fruit.
Turn down the preheated oven from 140 degrees fan to 130 degrees and cook the pavlova for an hour. Once it's cooked, the key is to turn off the oven and leave the pavlova inside to cool for a good 2 or 3 hours. So now to make the filling.
I've got 225 grams of beautiful blackcurrants, which I've taken off the stalks, and the same of red currants, and then I've got some blackberries as well. Those are huge blackberries.
Add 175 grams of caster sugar.
So on with the heat.
And stir gently until all the sugar has melted. Then turn off the heat and add the 175 grams of blueberries. And leave it to cool completely before adding the raspberries.
And then to make it really special, a little bit of cassis, about 2 or 3 tablespoons. 1, 2, oh definitely 3.
Once the pavlova has cooled, it's time to bring the showstopper pud together.
Well, that's just as I wanted it to be. That very, very pale, sort of creamy colour. And it is beautifully crisp. I've got some whipped cream here. Push it right to the sides. And this will stop the fruit juice going into the meringue. That looks pretty good, doesn't it? Do you know, I've been making this for years and I still get excited. It really is magical, and it is the most perfect thing to serve at any celebration.
Next time.
Hello! Rosemary.
It's my favourite recipes inspired by the allotment. I'm Mary Berry, and in this series I'm going to be showing you some of my absolute favourites.
Not too difficult to make, not too many ingredients, and the sort of recipes that the family are going to say, ooh and ah, and please can we have them again?
These favourites have been inspired by the places I love. The countryside, by the sea, markets and gardens. And of course, my home.
I'll be sharing with you some brand new ideas and some recipes that I never ever tire of.
Tonight,
Hello! Rosemary.
it's dishes inspired by the wonderful world of allotments. Like many others, during the war, my father turned our flower beds over to growing fruit and vegetables. So from an early age, I spent hours in the garden, and it's still one of my absolute joys. I continue to grow vegetables, but I'm just one of many who love this great British tradition. And today, 350,000 people have an allotment. They allow people from all walks of life to grow their own fresh food.
They also bring friends and neighbours together, and in this programme I'm doing my favourite recipes inspired by the allotment.
A classic way to use up all those leftover vegetables. My mother's favourite chicken dish with freshly dug potatoes. A delicious dinner party treat with winter root vegetables. And an absolute strawberry crowd pleaser. But first, my favourite dish to serve with homegrown salad leaves from the garden. So first of all, I'm going to line these ramekins with smoked trout, cold smoked trout. It looks like smoked salmon, but it has an excellent flavour. To make it easier to turn out later, line the ramekins with cling film. Then take each piece of smoked trout, and you need to have some just overlapping the top, like that, and put it all the way around. The aim is to make quite sure there aren't any gaps, and that is it already done. So next, the avocado filling. I can remember when avocados first came to Britain. It was in the 1960s, and they became really popular, and people didn't really know what they were. They were pears. Well, there are stories about people serving them with custard. So there they are. You know, a lot of people have tried to grow avocados. I've tried too. It just doesn't work here. It might sprout, you might get a bit of a stick or a tree, but you'll never get any fruit on it, so just give up. To stop the avocado going brown, add a good squeeze of lemon.
Make sure it's all coated.
Dice 3 de-seeded tomatoes. Then add half of these and 4 sliced spring onions to the avocado. In another bowl, mix 4 tablespoons of mayonnaise and 4 of cream cheese and 2 teaspoons of Dijon mustard.
And I need to add salt and pepper to that, and just fold it in together until it's coated. I want to make absolutely sure that it tastes wonderful. I could do with that mixture just on a lettuce leaf to go with drinks. Wouldn't that be lovely? But it's going in here for this time.
Half fill the ramekins with the avocado mixture, followed by a layer of diced tomatoes and another layer of the avocado.
And that's the last one. Then take each one and first of all fold over all the smoked trout. Then take the cling film, pull it up all round like that, then fold it over, and now you need to press it down just with your hand like that. If you don't press it down, it won't hold together when it's turned out. And that is ready to go into the fridge for 24 hours ideally.
Once the tianes have set, gather some of your salad leaves.
A little dash of dressing. Now to the exciting part, turning it out. Like that. Doesn't that look special? I like to serve perhaps a really special bread with it and some unsalted butter. Who wouldn't think that is impressive?
Whilst it's very tricky to grow avocados here, I'm off to see one of my oldest friends who, like me, loves to try and grow everything else.
Hello! Welcome!
Rosemary Moon helped to establish the Tangmere Community Garden in East Sussex.
This is quite amazing. There are so many people here, all neighbours, all enjoying growing what they want to eat.
Absolutely, and it's such an amazing place. Come on, let's go and have an explore and come and meet some people.
Now in its 5th year, there are around 40 members growing my great favourites, from beans, tomatoes and potatoes to carrots and strawberries.
So, Mary, this is Steve and Rita, who are actually Captain
Hello.
Potatoes and Sweet Corn.
Hello. Gosh, you're stripping off because it's obviously warm work.
And this is Angie.
Now, were you a bit nervous when you started? Did you not know what you were letting yourself in for?
I don't know whether nervous is the right word. I was excited.
Oh,
I
were
didn't
you?
know what I was going to let myself in for, but I knew that it was an opportunity to be part of my community and meet new friends again.
This was once a disused RAF site, and it's hard to believe that only a few years ago it was barren land.
So, Mary, meet the newest members of the garden. Aren't they gorgeous?
Absolutely lovely. They are saddlebacks, is that right?
Yep, they're saddlebacks. They're 9 weeks old and they're from Aldington Trust up the road.
They do like a little bit of a scratch.
Come on, my poppet. Come on.
There.
Is that nice?
Oh, look, come on, tummy tickle.
I've always been wondering what my vocation in life is. Obviously, tickling.
You're a pig whisperer.
Oh. You can open your eyes.
What I enjoy most about meeting other people who love gardening is to share tips and recipes.
So, Sonia and Monica, you've got some wonderful chard here. What do you use it for?
We use this
Yes?
basically as the lasagna pasta rather than the lettuce.
That is ingenious. So you layer up the meat sauce, the bechamel sauce, and then instead of pasta, the stalk of the chard.
Yes.
I can't wait to try Monica's charred lasagna. But first, one of my most treasured recipes to make with your freshly dug new potatoes.
This really is one of my great family recipes. My mother thought it was good, so it must be good. I think I invented it, I suppose, 15 or 20 years ago, and I've loved it ever since. And it's the one recipe that my mother said, this is really so good. She then went home and made it. And I said, did you have all the ingredients, Mum? And she said, well, I didn't have that fancy ginger that you have. She said, I used some of my dried ginger that I use for making ginger biscuits, and it was very good. We still didn't convert her ever to use real, proper, fresh ginger. Right, I'm going to start off by making the marinade, and I'm going to marinate this overnight, ideally. So, first of all, I'm going to put the orange juice in the bag.
Then add 4 tablespoons of soy sauce, about an inch of grated ginger, 3 cloves of garlic, a teaspoon each of chopped thyme and sage.
All that remains is a little bit of pepper and salt in there.
And 2 tablespoons of sunflower oil.
So that's the marinade done. Now to the chicken. What I'm going to do is spatchcock them. That means that you sort of flatten them out and you can get a lovely crisp outside to it. So turn it over and get a pair of sharp scissors and then just cut either side of the backbone. Cut that down, and it's not a difficult job, and you can always use the actual bone for stock. And then go the other side of it. I chose to use poussin. I think they're delicious young birds and they take on a great flavour from this sauce. Then I'm going to spatchcock the chicken. So with the back of your hand, just press that down and then take the wings and tuck them underneath. And you have your chicken already spatchcocked. Didn't take a moment. So put the poussin into the marinade. Now the good thing of doing it in a bag is you don't have a bowl to wash up, you don't get messy hands, and also putting it in the marinade like that means that you don't have to keep turning it, and there it is, getting that wonderful flavour. There we are.
Now leave this to marinade, ideally for 24 hours.
There's one. The smell is wonderful. It smells of herbs, garlic definitely.
My secret to get a nice shine on the top of the chicken is to drizzle over some runny honey.
Then that just helps it to get a nice colour on top. A little dab over the legs as well. So into the oven at about 180 degrees fan, just until it's got a nice colour. So that's had 20 minutes. There it is. Doesn't that look good?
To make a nice rich sauce, add 1 rounded tablespoon of corn flour to a small quantity of the marinade and pour it over the top of the chicken.
Then the rest goes in here.
Pop it back in the oven for 15 minutes.
There it is, bubbling away. Ooh, that smells good. So we've got all the gravy in there, which will go beautifully with my new potatoes. Now you can see that is very, very succulent. No sign of any pinkness, beautifully cooked through. This gravy is to die for. I could just have it as soup. Oh, I've left plenty. So there you have it. That sauce and the poussin goes so well with new potatoes. When you squash the new potatoes down into the sauce, heaven.
I love the new season's crop, but come autumn, there's always a glut of fruit and vegetables. One of my favourite ways to preserve them is to make a delicious chutney.
So I've got a lot of tomatoes here, and you know when they get a bit overripe, perfect for chutney.
First, blanch, skin and chop 900 grams of tomatoes.
Put that in the pan first because that adds the moisture.
Then I'm adding 3 peppers, 3 medium onions, a courgette, an aubergine and 4 cloves of garlic. But you can add any vegetable you like as long as its weight comes up to around 2.5 kilos.
Now to the ginger. When I was making chutney in my younger days, there was not such a thing as fresh ginger. There was ginger, you bought it from the greengrocer, but it was all shriveled and dried. But how much nicer now we have fresh ginger. I use it a lot in recipes and I love it. Might have to scrape it down. That's it. Looking around, what else have I got to add? It's the chilli. Now you make it as hot as you want to. I'm adding 1 fair-sized chilli. All the veggies are in there and I'm just starting it on a low heat.
You'll need to leave this simmering for about an hour. Just give it an occasional stir.
This should be ready. Gosh, look at that wonderful colours coming through. It's beginning to look like chutney.
Now it's time to add the spices and seasonings that make it special. 1 tablespoon of paprika, a tablespoon of salt.
And then some pepper, just to your liking. And then I'm going to do some crushed mustard seed. It'll make it really piquant. So in that goes.
Then add 300 ml of distilled malt vinegar and 350 grams of granulated sugar.
Right, all the ingredients are in there. Give it a good stir. Now that smells a bit like a pickle factory. I love it because it reminds me that I'm going to get a wonderful chutney in the end.
Once the sugar has dissolved, turn up the heat and bring it to the boil. While it's reducing, take care it doesn't catch on the bottom of the pan.
Right, it's got to the right consistency. There is no runny liquid in the bottom. So I'm going to turn the heat off. That looks really good. You see, that is chutney consistency. So here I've got a selection of sterilised jars. Just dollop that in. That's it. Push the chutney down. Make sure you don't have any air bubbles in it. Chutney will keep 2 years, providing you've got a good seal on the top. And once open, keep it in the fridge. I put it in the fridge because then it's always to hand and we eat a lot of chutney.
One of the special things about the Tangmere allotment is that it's not only about growing.
What I like is that you have cooking sessions here. You know, you make pizzas, you've got a sort of a cooker over there.
Sort of a cooker? How rude is that? It's not a range cooker, it's a washing machine drum from the local tip, and we build a fire in the middle, we've got a great big pan, and off we go.
And so in it goes.
I'm helping the children to make their own pizza with a very simple dough of flour, oil, water and yeast.
I find that if I put my whole hand in the flour like that, okay, it's less likely to stick. So you have a bit of flour on there, look. Okay, now rub your hands together. That's it. Aidan, what are you going to put on top of yours?
I'm going to slice tomatoes, some cheese.
What would you like to put on? You can't put sweets on top. Come on, what are you going to put on top?
Sweet beans.
Beans, what a good idea. So we're going to have an exciting pizza, and all you've got to do now is to roll it out so that it's nice and flat. And you've got a lot of people to feed here, so you better get going.
And it's not just pizza on the menu. There's also the charred lasagna.
Now, there's all these vegetables gleaned from around me. We've got butternut squash, I can see some swede, the leaf of the chard, is that right, is in there?
Yes, it is.
And there's courgettes, tomatoes, and are you putting a sauce on there?
Yep, this is just Greek yoghurt and eggs with some seasoning. So we're just going to put that on the top there.
Do we put cheese on that as well?
Yes, we can do. We've got some grated cheese.
That's a good covering, and then into the oven until
it's set.
Set and a gorgeous golden brown. I can't wait for that.
It is so satisfying to turn your vegetables into something delicious.
Look at that.
And my next recipe is a wonderful way to make the most of them.
The popular lamb shanks are the rather large ones that come from the hind leg of a lamb, and they're very big. These are the fore shanks. That's from the front leg of the animal, and I think these are a much better size for one portion. And if you cook them long and slow, they taste absolutely delicious.
First, brown the shanks in some really hot oil.
The reason for browning them is it seals the outside. Also, it gets a lovely brown crust on them, and that helps to give colour to the casserole at the end, as well as flavour.
Now add 2 large sliced onions and 2 cloves of garlic.
Give that a good stir round.
Once these have softened, add 400 ml of beef stock.
So bring that to the boil.
To thicken the gravy, take a rounded tablespoonful of flour and add 300 ml of red wine.
You always read in recipes that use the dregs of the wine or the wine that's left. There's never any wine left in our house, so I will take it from the new bottle, but I shall have a little tipple later just to use it up. And just mix that to a paste. And because it's cold, it won't go in lumpy. So I'll pour that in, stirring all the time, and that will just thicken it up a little.
To give the gravy extra depth, I like to add a teaspoon of chopped rosemary and a tablespoon of red currant jelly.
It looks pretty delicious there, and I'm just going to let it cook slowly now at 140 fan for about 2 hours, just until it's tender. When you grow your own vegetables, they're very precious, but sometimes when you put vegetables into a casserole, they're cooked for far too long, they lose their flavour and they're mushy. I like to boil them for about 8 to 10 minutes in salted water, so they're just tender, and then half of them I just toss into butter. Oh, you've got to be strong to carry this lot. Oh, look at that. It's a really good, rich brown colour.
Now add the rest of the vegetables to the casserole.
So everybody will have some vegetables that are actually in the casserole and some that are lovely and fresh looking and colourful. And then a little of the sauce over the top. So isn't that something really, really special? Now, I can't resist having a taste. It's coming away like a dream. Look at that. Don't you wish you were me? Do you know what? That's a cracking recipe.
Ever since I was a child, I've loved picking berries. And there's no end to the delicious things you can make with them.
Lucy's strawberry slices. Why Lucy's strawberry slices? Because Lucy's been with me now for 24 years. Together we develop all the recipes. And this is one of her great favourites. They are dead easy to make, all in one method, and so delicious to eat.
To make the sponge, take 4 eggs, 225 grams of baking spread, then add 225 grams of sugar, 300 grams of self-raising flour, and 2 level teaspoons of baking powder.
Let's put the lid on because I'm bound to knock it over. That's it.
Then add 1 teaspoon of vanilla extract and 4 tablespoons of milk.
And then move it round gently. Now that looks lovely and creamy, beautifully smooth.
Turn it all into a 23 by 30 greased and lined tray bake tin.
Then just level that and push it right into the corners. It does seem very strange not to have little people around dying to lick the bowl. I miss it. But I do cook with my grandchildren. They always want to get to the stage of licking the bowl. So that goes into the oven now at 160 fan, and it will take about 35 minutes.
You'll know when it's ready when it's pale golden brown and springy to the touch. Now just trim the edges and cut it into 27 pieces.
Now you must think that's an odd number, but 3 9s are 27. So if I do 3 strips and then cut each one into 9. They're There we are, 27 little soldiers there. Now to the filling.
Mix 2 tablespoons of strawberry jam with 300 grams of halved strawberries and add a squeeze of lemon juice.
The strawberry jam just gives them a wonderful shine and a gloss.
Add 200 ml of creme fraiche to 300 ml of whipped cream.
Right, now to the filling of them. Then on go the strawberries. And gentle squeeze, and they look, I think, most inviting. A different way of having strawberries and cream. You're wondering what this one's? Did I forget to put it on the plate? That is blissful. It really is. In fact, I can't wait for the next slice. Do I push it right to the back?
Yep. That's it.
There we are. This is what it's all about. A day on the allotment, producing wonderful food. And the reward, right at the end of the day, is a great gathering like this. Tables being laid, all the food has come off the land. So I'm going to join them, and I'm hoping there's a very nice glass of cold white wine as well. Here's to Tangmere Community Garden. Every success in 2050.
Thank you. Cheers.
Next time,
Who's got room for my favourite pudding?
it's my favourite recipes inspired by my family.
So I've got a lot of tomatoes here, and you know when they get a bit overripe, perfect for chutney.
First, blanch, skin and chop 900 grams of tomatoes.
Put that in the pan first, because that adds the moisture.
Then I'm adding 3 peppers, 3 medium onions, a courgette, an aubergine and 4 cloves of garlic. But you can add any vegetable you like as long as its weight comes up to around 2.5 kilos.
Now to the ginger. When I was making chutney in my younger days, there was not such a thing as fresh ginger. There was ginger, you bought it from the greengrocer, but it was all shriveled and dried. But how much nicer now we have fresh ginger. I use it a lot in recipes and I love it. Might have to scrape it down. That's it. Looking around, what else have I got to add? It's the chilli. Now you make it as hot as you want to. I'm adding 1 fair-sized chilli. All the veggies are in there, and I'm just starting it on a low heat.
You'll need to leave this simmering for about an hour. Just give it an occasional stir.
This should be ready. Gosh, look at that wonderful colours coming through. It's beginning to look like chutney.
Now it's time to add the spices and seasonings that make it special. 1 tablespoon of paprika, a tablespoon of salt.
And then some pepper, just to your liking. And then I'm going to do some crushed mustard seed. It'll make it really piquant. So in that goes.
Then add 300 ml of distilled malt vinegar and 350 grams of granulated sugar.
Right, all the ingredients are in there. Give it a good stir. Now that smells a bit like a pickle factory. I love it because it reminds me that I'm going to get a wonderful chutney in the end.
Once the sugar has dissolved, turn up the heat and bring it to the boil. While it's reducing, take care it doesn't catch on the bottom of the pan.
Right, it's got to the right consistency. There is no runny liquid in the bottom. So I'm going to turn the heat off. That looks really good. You see, that is chutney consistency. So here I've got a selection of sterilised jars. Just dollop that in. That's it. Push the chutney down. Make sure you don't have any air bubbles in it. Chutney will keep 2 years, providing you've got a good seal on the top. And once open, keep it in the fridge. I put it in the fridge because then it's always to hand and we eat a lot of chutney.
I'm Mary Berry, and in this series I'm going to be showing you some of my absolute favourites.
Not too difficult to make, not too many ingredients, and the sort of recipes that the family are going to say, ooh and ah, and please can we have them again?
These favourites have been inspired by the places I love. The countryside, by the sea, markets and gardens. And of course, my home.
I'll be sharing with you some brand new ideas and some recipes that I never ever tire of.
Tonight,
You're enjoying it, aren't you, darling?
it's my favourite dishes inspired by my family. One of my joys in life is spending time with my grandchildren.
However busy I am, top priority is to have all the family around for a meal whenever I can.
And there's nothing I enjoy more than when one of the dishes becomes a family favourite. Tonight, an easy pasta dish that my grandsons cannot get enough of. A spiced lamb casserole that's a real family pleaser. Easy biscuits that are such fun for small hands to make. And a cheats pudding that they'll love every time. But first, a rice dish that's always the top of my husband's list.
My husband Paul's absolute favourite is Malaysian fried rice. He would have it every day of the week, and I bet that he'll be popping in when he smells it, because you get that wonderful aroma from all the spices. The reason why Paul likes this so much is because before I married him, he worked in Malaya, as it was then called, and I gather that he used to have it once a week, always. So when I married him, I had to look up recipes for it, and I've been making it ever since.
Start the fried rice by slicing 2 chicken breasts into strips. Season and fry on a high heat.
There is a real tendency to overcook chicken, and what I do is put some honey in the pan, and the honey makes it go golden brown in no time, because each little strip is only going to take about a minute to cook. That has been cooking fast. I'm going to turn it over now, and you've got a nice bit of brown. Look at it. That's what I wanted. Doesn't that look tempting when it's a gorgeous golden brown colour? I'm going to just tip that out on the plate.
Now for the vegetables. Add 2 large chopped onions to the same pan.
I'm going to put a lid on that and let it partly fry, partly cooked.
Roughly chop a red pepper and crush 3 cloves of garlic.
Bit of brute force.
Fry for 5 minutes and then add 200 grams of sliced button mushrooms.
You can mix all those together. Now, the spices that go in. I've got some mild chili powder here, and I've got some curry powder. You can buy a mixture of Malaysian spices to make this, but I just use curry powder because that's what I've got on my shelf. So I'm going to have half a teaspoonful of mild chili powder, and then a level tablespoonful of the curry powder. It's at this stage that if the doors are open in the house and you get that sort of spicy smell, Paul comes around the corner and just wonders what I'm up to. I wouldn't change my husband for the world, but in the kitchen, he doesn't become involved. If I'm poorly, which is so rare, he can do 2 things, boil eggs and make an excellent omelette. Now, even then we argue about the omelette because he said his French godmother taught him to put milk in the omelette, and I always put water. So I don't think we'd be very compatible in the kitchen. I think I like being there and just having him come in to enjoy it.
I've already cooked 250 grams of long grain rice with 150 grams of frozen peas. Now it's cool, I can add it to the mix.
It'll fry and become crispy if it's cold. If it's warm, it'll be soggy. So cold rice, cold peas, give it a good fry.
Mix it all together, add 4 tablespoons of soy sauce and fry on a high heat until it's lovely and crispy. Put the chicken on the top to warm through and fry 1 egg for each person who's eating.
That's it, it's ready. Didn't take many moments. So I'm going to stir in the chicken. I know that familiar tread.
Yeah.
Have a try. I'll take mine straight from the pan. See what you think.
Delicious. This is very, very nice.
Good.
Well up to the standard, I would say.
I'll tuck into the rest,
Right.
and I'll pinch more from the pan.
Okay.
So I do hope that you'll have a go at home. It's our great family favourite, and I hope it'll become one of yours.
With 5 grandchildren who are always on the move, I'm never short of hungry visitors or helping hands in the kitchen. This next dish is a perfect way to get them cooking.
Pasta in our house is always the first choice for supper. They started off with pesto with pasta, and now they have much more exciting things, but this time it's going to be chicken. And as you can see, I've got a bit of help. This is Hobie and Louis, and we're all going to do it together. Wish us luck.
Start by cooking 250 grams of dried penny pasta and add 1 roughly chopped onion to the boiling salted water.
You must be wondering why I put onion in with the pasta. I find it's much easier to cook the pasta with the onion. They cook the same time rather than frying it, which sometimes it catches, sometimes it's not even tender.
While the pasta cooks, move on to the chicken. For 6 people, use 3 chicken breasts cut into little strips.
If you've got a bag there, Louis, if you put 1 tablespoonful of paprika pepper in the bag first, and that makes it really, really brown and crispy. That's it. And then a little bit of pepper and salt. That's it. And then put the chicken in there, all of it. Well done. And then if you hold the top of the bag and rub until you've coated, rub it like that with your hands. That's right. That's it. Give it a good rub.
Heat 1 tablespoonful of oil and in goes the coated chicken.
Now it goes in a lump, but I'm going to divide all that up and then each piece will get brown.
While Louis chops and de-seeds 2 tomatoes, Hobie and I make a start on the white sauce. Melt 50 grams of butter and add 50 grams of plain flour.
Sprinkle it in. Now when you stir that, just like what did you make for Grandpa this morning?
Porridge.
And you were stirring it with that, so it's left hand on the pan to steady it and just stir it to start with.
Now add 750 ml of hot milk in 2 lots.
That's right. Now would you say that was getting smooth?
Kind of.
Kind of. I think that's pretty good.
Add most of 100 grams of parmesan to the pan.
That's it, and we'll keep that for the top.
And then 1 teaspoon of Dijon mustard.
So all of it or half?
Just one level one. That's it, in it goes. Give that a bit of a stir.
Finally season, then add the cooked pasta and onion. Pour half the mix into a 3-pint buttered oven-proof dish.
Then we're going to put the chicken in. I'm going to do that in 1 layer like that. Then all the rest of the pasta over the top, and well done. It's not a bit burnt on the bottom. You stirred it all the time. That's it.
Sprinkle the rest of the cheese and the chopped tomatoes on top.
That's still warm, so I'm going to put it in the oven at 200 degrees fan, and it'll be all bubbling and crispy on top in about 20 minutes. How about going out and having a bit of a play till it's done?
When it's ready, leave it to cool down a bit and then dig in.
Who wants a taste?
Me.
Okay. Are you going to have some, Atalanta?
Yes.
Look at all these crunchy bits on top there. That's for you too.
I need to get that bit.
This has always been one of my favourites. I think it's going to be one of their favourites too.
There's nothing I love more than a fun and relaxed Sunday lunch. With 3 generations around the table, there's always plenty to catch up on.
Wow, what have we got here?
Mashed potato.
Mashed potato.
Is that all there is?
Family meals really mean time when everyone can stop what they're doing and just be together.
It just gives us all a chance to have a good chat, talk about what's been going on in the day, and I love it. I love weekends when we're all there too.
Tastes good. Flavour, yes! I love my granny's cooking because she never overdoes it or never underdoes it. And it's always really yummy.
I love coming to Granny's to have a meal with all my family.
And I like
Falling over.
eating all the food.
You're enjoying it, aren't you, darling? Look at Hobie, it's away.
My next recipe is a fantastic alternative to the Sunday roast, and always has them coming back for more.
It's a great family dish. It's aromatic. It's also spicy, but not too hot.
To feed 6, use 1 kilo of lamb neck fillet cut into small pieces. Coat with 2 tablespoons of ground cumin and 2 tablespoons of ground coriander.
Then just turn the meat in those spices.
Heat 2 tablespoons of oil and start browning the meat. With this much, it's best to do it in 2 batches.
Now just look at that. A gorgeous golden brown colour. Now that takes time, but keep a single layer in the bottom of the pan, keep turning it. That's it. Then I'm going to put a little more oil in there, only a little, just enough to stop it from catching the bottom.
Add 2 sliced onions and around a tablespoon of freshly grated ginger.
Give that a good stir. Now looking in the bottom of the pan there, you see that the onions have in fact cleaned all that lovely brown, crusty bit of flavour, and it's now on the onions. Now I'm going to add the other ingredients. First of all, the wine, 250 ml of white wine. Exactly.
Then 2 tablespoons of tomato puree and 1 of mild rose harissa paste. 2 tablespoons of runny honey. A 400-gram tin of chopped tomatoes. Season and add the zest of a whole lemon and the juice of half.
So there's the meat all beautifully brown, and if there's any of the little bit of juice in the bottom, that'll go in too. Give that a good stir. Gosh, doesn't that look good? Beautiful lamb and all those spices and tomato. On with the lid. So that goes in the oven at 140 fan for about 1.5 hours, just until it's tender. So here it is, straight out of the oven. It should be hot and bubbling. Ah, that's what I was hoping for. A gorgeous colour, looking really tempting. All I've got to do now is add the cannellini beans.
I'm using a 400-gram tin of beans rinsed.
And very often I add a couple more cans if everybody's starving. If the children are very young, you can just put baked beans in there. So there it is. You've got beautifully soft, tender meat, the onions tender. It just smells all spicy and aromatic, but there'll be a bit of a kick to it.
This dish is great to serve with rice or couscous, and I always finish mine with a good dollop of sour cream.
That is so good. Do you know, the sour cream really makes it, because it's a little spicy and a little bit on the hot side, and that cools it down. It's just lovely.
I've been baking with my granddaughters Abby and Grace ever since they were small. And this is a simple biscuit recipe with a great twist that I know they will love.
We're going to make a mixture that makes quite a lot of biscuits. We're going to divide the mixture in 3, and we're going to make almond biscuits and chocolate chip and lemon biscuits. So we've got a variety of biscuits, all from one mixture. So, shall we start off with the butter? How much have we got there?
175.
175 grams of softened butter. Then 175 grams of flour. That's it, no sieving either. And then 75 grams of caster sugar. And to give the biscuits a little bit of crunch, 75 grams of semolina.
Now mix it all together.
That looks about ready. As you sort of squeeze it, it comes together like a biscuit mixture. So Abby, you're going to get that together. So how long have we been baking together?
Well, I remember in the kitchen there's this one photo of me and Abby when we were about 4.
Exactly.
And we were making little cupcakes and we were putting the sweets on the top.
And you remember eating all those little bits, and far more important than making the cakes. That's come together really well. Now make it into a sausage shape and divide it into 3.
Can I make the almond ones, please?
There's your almond things.
Thank you. Can I make the chocolate ones, please?
I knew you were going to ask for chocolate, that's good.
Abby's chosen 50 grams of milk chocolate chips to mix into the dough.
You need to get it everywhere because when you separate it into different biscuits, you don't want to have one with all the chocolate chips in and one with none of them in. So you have to get it everywhere. Well, the person with all the chocolate chips will be quite lucky.
Grace is adding a teaspoon of almond extract and most of the 40 grams of flaked almonds to her dough.
Do you enjoy helping?
Yes, really fun. Really fun.
What's the best part?
Knowing that you can eat it at the end. And also, the mixture's really nice to eat as well.
Do you like raw mixture?
Yeah.
Each mixture is divided into 20 even rounds. For the lemon biscuits, add the finely grated zest of 1 lemon to the dough.
Years ago, I used to work for the Dutch Dairy Bureau, and their favourite Dutch biscuit were botermoppen. And what you do is that you made a sausage and then you took demerara sugar and sprinkled it on the table like this. Then all you do is you roll that in it. So if you can imagine, if you cut slices from this, you'll get a lovely crunchy outside.
Wrap it in cling film and put it in the fridge to firm up. Put the rounds on baking trays lined with non-stick baking parchment. For the almond biscuits, gently press the balls flat and top with a few flaked almonds. Press the chocolate chip rounds evenly. Finally, slice the firm lemon biscuit dough into 20 rounds.
Would they last long in your household?
No way. Dad would eat them. He's always poking around in the fridge. Wherever we try and hide them, he's always there.
Cook all the biscuits at 160 fan for 10 to 12 minutes until they're a lovely pale golden brown around the edges.
I'm going to leave you 2 in charge. Keep your eye on them.
Granny, we think they might be ready.
Oh, good. I'm coming. Let's have a look then.
They look ready.
You're absolutely right. There we are. And those are perfect too. Well done.
Once the biscuits cool, it's the bit that we've all been waiting for.
Come on, let's have a taste. Which would you like? Now, who's going to pass it to Granny? Because I can't reach that far. That's lovely. Now, I'm going for the lemon one.
Okay. They're really nice. Could I have another one?
My family have always loved my cooking, and there's nothing they like more than a delicious pudding. Especially my take on an old classic.
There's nothing more popular than lemon meringue pie, in my family anyway. It is so impressive. But I've got a cheats one. It's using a crumb crust and it's so simple to make.
For the crust, add 12 crushed digestives to melted butter.
I like a little sugar in that, and I'm going to use some demerara sugar, about a tablespoon. That's it. Then you just mix that together. It's also simple. I mean, some of the crumb crusts I use ginger biscuits, but for lemon meringue pie, it has to be digestive.
Pour the mixture into a 23 centimetre, 8-inch flan dish.
And then just level it in the middle and work it round the sides. I really enjoy this crumb crust, and I find I make it so often because it's so easy. You know, I do think twice about if you've got to make a pastry, bake it blind. all takes time, but this is really very, very quick. There's my crumb crust, done, finished. Put it there, just ready to have the filling in.
Add 1 394-gram tin of full-fat condensed milk.
They used to be in tubes when I was a child, and you used to have this tube and take it out like toothpaste. It was absolutely delicious.
Add 3 egg yolks.
I'm just going to combine that for a moment, and then it gets this lovely colour.
Next, you'll need the zest and juice of 2 lemons.
You know, this is a real showstopper. Anything with meringue, my lot absolutely love. You know, we've often had it for a birthday pudge, you know, just putting sparklers in the top and walking in with it. It all makes it very, very special if it's a birthday. And so add the lemon juice, and you'll notice instantly it's beginning to get thick. Can you see? It's almost like magic. That's it. Just level it right into the edges like that.
Leave it in the fridge to set and start making the meringue. Whisk 3 egg whites on full speed until stiff. And then slowly add 175 grams of caster sugar.
I think that will just about be right. Now let's have a look at that. I want it to be shiny, standing up in peaks. That's a perfect meringue.
Once the pie has set, carefully spread the meringue over it.
And the aim is to cover all the crumb crust and the middle as well. So you have to put it on and just push it to the side. It's not easy. I find it best to go round in sort of blobs and then into the middle. So press it down. That's it. Now you can do little swirls all the way around. Make it the sort of same mountain in the middle. And I think that's far nicer than piping. I think it looks homemade. And I love making these little swirls and peaks. All right, stop playing with it, it's perfectly all right.
Cook at 190 fan for 15 to 20 minutes. Then set aside for at least half an hour before serving warm.
I think it looks very special, but I do warn you, the first slice is always difficult to get out. Have a little prayer and hope for the best. How does that look? I think it looks delicious. Oh, so good. I think everybody's going to enjoy that. Who's got room for my favourite pudding?
So there you have it.
Wow. Tom, you won't want any of this. No.
Recipes to bring your whole family together.
Is that meringue?
This is meringue.
Oh.
I hope you'll enjoy them as much as we do.
Atalanta, is it nice? What does it taste like?
Toffee.
Sure.
I'm Mary Berry, and in this series I'm going to be showing you some of my absolute favourites.
Not too difficult to make, not too many ingredients, and the sort of recipes that the family are going to say ooh and ah, and please can we have them again.
These favourites have been inspired by the places I love. The countryside, by the sea, markets and gardens. And of course, my home.
I'll be sharing with you some brand new ideas and some recipes that I never ever tire of.
Tonight,
don't you lose it now.
Oh, there we go. There's your fish.
Food inspired by my love of the countryside. I was brought up in the country in a village near Bath.
And so the countryside inspires many of my dishes.
We're so lucky in Britain that our fields, forests and rivers are teeming with delicious produce. Whether it's game, hedgerow fruits, wild mushrooms or wonderful freshwater fish.
What a little beauty,
Isn't
aren't
that
you?
lovely?
I can't help but be inspired. And tonight I'm sharing my countryside favourites with you. A dinner party treat with pheasant, my family's favourite lasagna, a delicious mushroom feast for any time of day, and a great idea for windfall apples. But first, these little mushroom Scotch eggs, perfect for a countryside picnic.
When you think of Scotch eggs, you think of a hen's egg with a nice sausage coating. But I'm doing them with a difference, using quail's eggs and putting a lovely mushroom mixture outside.
To start with, place the eggs in cold water, bring them to the boil and let them cook for a further minute and a half. Whilst they cool,
that's it.
Start the coating.
I've got 2 shallots here. It's important to cut them really finely because they've got to be small enough to coat round those little eggs.
Fry off the shallots before adding 250 grams of finely chopped chestnut mushrooms. Then add 30 grams of panko breadcrumbs.
And mix all that together and then cool it into the bowl.
Now to get on with the tricky job of peeling those tiny eggs.
So take each egg and roll it on the board and then peel it. Not much you can do with the shells. Some people put them round their hostas. I know I do. I give them a good crushing and it stops the snails eating them. This is a very boring job. If you've got someone who wants to help you in the kitchen or someone you want to keep busy, say, why don't you peel the eggs for me?
By the time you're done, the mushroom mixture should be cold enough to add a hen's egg. This will help to hold it together.
I'm now going to take my eggs and mushrooms to my production line over here.
Roll the eggs in plain flour, then coat each one with the mushroom mixture.
It's quite a gentle process because the egg yolk isn't quite hard in the middle and you've got to do it with great care.
Finally, dip them into flour, egg and breadcrumbs.
So there they are, beautifully coated and ready to fry. Now, if you want to do this a day ahead, just leave them like that on a plate in the fridge and fry them when you need them.
Heat a good amount of oil and shallow fry them until golden and crispy.
Keep turning them round. They do look really good, don't they? These look perfect. That's it.
Allow them to cool slightly before slicing.
Just go gently around the crispy outside and then straight through the middle. And all is revealed. Just look at that. Absolutely perfect. Imagine being on a picnic on a sunny day in the countryside. just having that. Could you beat it? I don't think you could.
One of my favourite things to do in the countryside is to forage. But in the autumn, the woods come alive with one thing I'm a little wary of picking: wild mushrooms. Many varieties can be deadly, so I'm getting some expert advice.
Today, hopefully, we're going to find some really easy to identify edible types like the porcini.
Marlowe Renton knows everything there is to know about wild mushrooms, and there's no better place than right here in the New Forest.
Wait a minute.
Well,
I can see a treasure here. Just look at that, that's a porcini.
that is a porcini mushroom.
Oh,
Certainly is. And I'm sure you recognise this mushroom as well.
A porcini, penny bun,
Yeah.
or
The sep
a
is-
sep. The smell. The smell is so wonderful, and that to me is the king of mushrooms.
It is just about the tastiest mushroom that you get in the wild in the UK.
I hope there's some more to find.
That's the first mushroom we've found. This is obviously going to be a good day. It's very important to know the poisonous mushrooms when you're out foraging, probably more so than knowing the actual edible mushrooms.
Of the 3,500 varieties of mushrooms, about 100 make for good eating, and around 30 are deadly poisonous.
Over here, by the looks of it, there's a very dangerous looking little mushroom here. The Amanita family is a really important family for foragers to know about because it contains the most poisonous mushrooms in the UK. And in this family, there's the deathcap, which obviously doesn't sound very edible. And this one, which is the destroying angel, responsible for the majority of the mushroom poisoning deaths that I've heard about in the last few years.
So if you don't know what it is, don't pick it, don't eat it.
Exactly.
There's something white over here. Do you know what those are?
Oh, wow. Do you recognise this mushroom? This
Not
is the
at
sort
all.
of mushroom that you find in restaurants and all the best markets in France. This is a gourmet mushroom. First of all, as you said, it's kind of a whitish cap.
Yep.
And then underneath, it has these spikes or spines instead of gills or sponge. And that tells me that this is a hedgehog fungus, Hydenum repandum. This is the safest mushroom to forage in the UK. There is nothing else that looks like this.
And these little spikes, you need your glasses on to see them, but they are standing up like a hedgehog.
One last little thing with the hedgehog as well. When you find the hedgehog fungus, we always scrape off the spines before we put it in the bag. If there are any spores, any babies mature enough on those spines to actually go and create a new mushroom, we've left them behind to do that. Right, let's see what else we can find.
What's that?
It's a very interesting mushroom. It's in the Boletus family, along with those porcinis, the one that we found earlier. But this one has very definite red on the sponge. And secondly, when we cut through this
Mind
mushroom,
your hand.
it will stain very blue very quickly.
Good gracious, that is unmistakably blue. And also it looks a little bit frightening. I wouldn't go for that.
If you don't really know what you're doing, you should leave them behind because some of them are deadly poisonous.
If you are not brave enough to go picking by yourself, stick to the huge variety you can find in the shops. Now, to make the most of them, here's a favourite of mine.
These are the mushrooms that I've chosen. Smidgey, golden enoki, oyster, shiitake, and my real favourite, chestnut mushrooms, sometimes known as brown mushrooms.
Start by frying 3 slices of Parma ham in a little oil.
It could be Black Forest, it could be Serrano, and you can also, if you look far enough, you can get British dry-cured ham. And I want it to become beautifully crispy.
In the same pan, add a little butter and lightly fry 2 slices of brioche.
The aim is to get all this lovely gubbins in the bottom from the ham, which is salty and a delicious flavour. There you are, absolutely perfect. Now to the mushrooms. I'm going to take some of the stalk off, and then these little chaps. In the war, we lived in a house with a cellar, and Dad used to grow mushrooms in the cellar, and it was almost like magic. The day before you wouldn't see any mushrooms, and then you would these little tiny button mushrooms. So I've enjoyed them all my life. I find the secret of this is to put the lid on for a few moments so that the steam comes up and makes them soft.
When the mushrooms have softened, take the lid off so any extra liquid will evaporate.
Then I'm going to add a dollop of creme fraiche, full fat of course. Don't make the mistake of using low fat creme fraiche. It wants to be really rich and a good consistency. And it's ready. Really looks delicious.
Top it all off with the crispy ham and a few parsley leaves.
I think that looks so tempting. Do you know, I'm just going to pinch a little bit off the side and a bit of bacon. They won't miss that bit, will they? I think that is a great light lunch, especially if you've got the girls coming around or you've played a game of tennis or golf or something. Come home and have that. Brilliant.
One thing we're lucky enough to have in abundance is game. But it can seem daunting to cook. So if you're unsure about giving it a try, here's a pheasant dish that is very simple and delicious.
When I was young, we had quite a few of the blessings from the countryside. We'd have rabbit and mustard stew, we'd have a casserole pheasant. You could go to your butcher and get those, and they weren't on ration. So you can imagine we had them quite often.
Start by seasoning the pheasant breasts and sear them in a hot pan in oil and butter.
Before I turn them over, I'm going to put a little bit of pepper and salt on the second side.
It's worth giving game a chance, but you could just as easily use chicken breasts.
Look at that for a lovely colour. Just golden, just round the side there, and quickly turn it over. You don't want to cook them through. I want them still raw in the middle.
Put the breasts to one side and start your sauce by cooking one roughly chopped onion in the same pan.
So those look pretty good to me. They're translucent, they're not too brown. I like leaving them in great big pieces. I think it looks good. This is one of the recipes that you really don't have to chop them finely.
Now add 2 level tablespoons of paprika, 1 tablespoon of light muscovado sugar and 300 ml of double cream.
This is rich, it is full of flavour, it is sheer luxury. Gosh, that's a wonderful colour. Now I'm going to add the pheasant back into that wonderful mixture. Wait a minute, there's a bit of juice. I want that in there. That'll all add to the flavour. And I've got that on a very low heat, and I'm just going to let that cook away for a few minutes.
In a separate pan, fry off 250 grams of sliced chestnut mushrooms in a little butter.
It may seem fussy to do them separately, but it makes all the difference. They get a little bit of colour, you evaporate some of that liquid, and they don't look sort of pale and insignificant in the dish.
Finish it off with a handful of chopped parsley.
This is the part I like most. Everything's ready.
I like to serve it with some creamy mashed potato and some young broad beans. What could be nicer?
And lastly, here comes our pheasant. And plenty of sauce to go with it. Now, who could resist that? My pheasant breasts with a rich, creamy sauce with mushrooms and paprika.
Whilst our forests are bountiful with wonderful game, we're also lucky enough to have some of the world's great fly fishing rivers. Here on the River Test, people have been fishing since Roman times. And no one knows these waters better than fly fishing expert Charles Jardine.
It's so special because the water that's come up through the chalk springs is fueled with all sorts of nutriments, great for insect growth, which is great for fish growth. And it's that makes this so special. And that's why the fish get so legendary and big.
Charles, this is a very exciting day for me. I've always wanted to learn to fly fish.
You couldn't come to a better place at a better time of the year.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's comforting.
And you can see how clear it is. Look at it. I mean, it's beautiful.
It's so peaceful, you could hear a pin drop.
Well, that's why we do it. This is a sport where you can just immerse yourself in it and just become at one with the river.
These rivers are a host to some of the country's finest freshwater fish, such as grayling. But what this area is most famous for is its trout.
The idea is to cast. And what I want to try and do is make a big plop. Lift and just tap. Do you remember? So we'll cast over there.
Oh, you got one. There's a fish. It's so
Where is
small.
it?
It's there. It's a minnow. But you've got to start somewhere. There you are. You've caught your first fish on a fly.
Now,
it's
wait a
not
minute.
colossal. It's a minnow.
That was the second cast, but I've never seen a smaller fish. So I just chuck that back
Yeah, I'll
in.
just pop it back in.
There we are.
If Charles and I want a decent lunch, we're going to need something rather bigger than that.
There is a big grayling up here, and I'd just like you to see one, really. There we are, there's our grayling. Now, what I want you to do is to feel a fish, and then I want you to catch one. Just feel what it's doing. This is where you need soft hands. And you just wait until I've got my net, and then I'm going to show you one of nature's little joys. And just move the rod tip towards me and slide the fish across the water. There we go. That's a grayling. And if you look at this beautiful fin, there. Isn't that beautiful? It's one of the original white fishes that came down from the Arctic Circle and came down with the Ice Age. You can eat grayling, and they're very good to eat, but you wouldn't eat this one. It's too small.
So he's going back.
That one's going back. There you are. That's gone off quite happily. I'll spend hours putting fish back, but that's a grayling. Now we want a trout.
With no sign of the elusive trout, we decide to try our luck a bit further upstream.
It's a rainbow. You got your trout here. It's a lovely little wild fish. There it is. There you go. That's a proper fish. Don't put on the line. Just put the hand by the
Now I'm
reel.
watching it swim. Isn't
Yeah.
it beautiful?
It's fantastic. Now just wind the handle just a bit.
There it is. Now that's a fish and a half, isn't it?
It
It's
is,
better
isn't
than
it?
my minnow.
Just a bit bigger than your minnow.
I'm winding.
Just keep everything smooth.
Don't you
Whoa,
lose
there
it
you
now.
go. There's your
Have you
fish.
ever seen a bigger fish
There's
than
your
that?
fish.
Come here, my little fellow, then. Now just look at that. I think that's a sheer beauty, and I reckon it weighs a couple of pounds, something like that.
I think so.
Would serve two.
Absolutely.
You and me.
Gosh, it would.
Lovely.
I can think of no better way to enjoy a freshly caught rainbow trout than to simply fillet it and then fry it in a little butter.
Look at that. Look.
That's fantastic. Look
Not
at that.
bad.
We shouldn't
That's
catch such big fish, really, should we?
It's beautiful. Now I'm just going to add to that a little bit of dill in here.
Oh, right, you're going to...
And can you squeeze some lemon? Your hands are drier than mine. Into there. That's perfect. I'm just so excited to try it.
That's truly lovely.
It is sheer perfection. All I've got to do is to thank you for such a memorable day.
Oh, thank you.
Do you know something? I think I've got the bug. After a long day out in the countryside, I like something quick to prepare and hearty to eat. And this lasagna using sausage meat and mushrooms is a real favourite of mine. I've been making this lasagna for quite some time, and my family think that it's the very, very best, and I'm very pleased with that because it's so quick and easy to make. Start by frying off 450 grams of sausage meat. Every little bit wants to be a lovely golden brown colour. Sausage meat has wonderful spices that are so good for lasagna. Add 2 tablespoonfuls of flour, 2 cloves of crushed garlic and 1 chopped chilli. I suppose it's quite unusual to put a bit of chilli in, but my lot seem to like chilli and things more and more and more, so up to you whether you put it in or not. Gosh, that looks quite colourful with a fleck of red in there. Then mushrooms, thinly sliced. Fry those for a few minutes. Then in goes the creme fraiche. The creme fraiche is to replace a bechamel sauce. And it is so simple, easy, and a lot less effort. At this point, add a generous handful of chopped spinach. Plenty of interest there with the spinach, the mushrooms, the chilies. It looks good, doesn't it? I could eat that right now, but it's going into the lasagna. Now for a very simple tomato sauce. Mix 2 tablespoons of sun-dried tomato paste, 1 teaspoon of light muscovado sugar, 500 ml of passata, and some freshly chopped sage and thyme leaves. And that's it. And now it's an assembly job. So 1/3 of this. All right? Then you take the sauce, and the sauce you just dribble informally over the top. Soak the pasta sheets for 10 minutes in hot water to help reduce the cooking time before adding them to the lasagna. That's it. And then you do the whole procedure again. Top it with the final layer of meat and the last of the tomato sauce. And just to finish that off, giving a lovely crispy top, some cheese. I like to use cheddar cheese, but you can use any hard cheese or end bits that you've got left in the fridge. And that will all melt and become crispy on top. Cook it at fan 180 for 20 to 30 minutes. Until the pasta is soft and the top is golden. Oh, just a gentle bubble around the outside. So I reckon that'll serve about 6 people, and it's best served the moment it comes out of the oven. Oh, look at that. How's that for a different pasta? Little bit of spinach, little bit of chilli, not too much pasta, lots of sauce. It's a bit hot, but I think I'll have a quick taste. I'll take it from around the edge, like you tell the children to. Oh, you can't beat it. There is nothing I love more than a long country walk
with my husband Paul and the dogs.
Oh, there look some good ones over there.
It's a perfect excuse to gather blackberries for a pie.
I'm not the only one that likes blackberries.
Sloes for sloe gin. Even windfall apples, ideal for my next recipe. These mini apple and almond cakes.
To start with, I'm using melted butter. There aren't many cakes, except for gingerbreads, that you use melted butter. It's cool and I've got 75 grams. Then 100 grams of caster sugar, 100 grams of self-raising flour. This is really so simple to make.
Add 1 egg and half a teaspoon of almond extract.
You just start beating it, and it's not difficult. I wouldn't bother to get the machine out for this. That's it. Nothing could be simpler. I usually use a cooking apple. A Bramley would be ideal. And if you haven't got perfectly shaped apples and they're windfalls and bruised on one side, perfect way of using them up.
Slice the apples and we're ready to assemble. Start by placing 6 buttered rings on non-stick paper.
A spoonful of the mixture in the bottom. And once you've put those 6 sort of dollops, then hold the ring and just spread that to the edges. And then the apple, it'll take about 3 slices of apple, and try not to let the apple touch the ring, just put it just inside the ring. There we are. Then I'm going to put the rest of the mixture on top. These are so simple, you could knock them up in no time if you get a surprise visitor coming for tea.
Level the tops off with the back of a spoon and sprinkle with flaked almonds.
That's it, they're ready for the oven. Now, those go in the oven at 160 fan, and they will take about 25 or 30 minutes.
Leave them to cool for 10 minutes before removing from their rings.
Oh, they do look lovely. I love the straight sides. They look very professional. I'm going to eat one while it's still warm, and I'm going to have it with a nice blob of creme fraiche. That is sheer heaven.
Next time.
They should grow really well.
It's dishes inspired by my love of fresh herbs.
I just love Christmas. It's my favourite time of year.
But it can be so busy.
I'm going to share with you some great tips for getting ahead, so actual Christmas is stress-free.
I have some wonderful, easy recipes.
That's just perfect.
And I'll also be finding out how everyone else is preparing for Christmas.
That really takes the wind out of my sails. It is magnificent.
Christmas has always played a huge part in my life. Since my children have moved away from home, it's become even more special to me, as it's a time for everyone to be together. But it's not just Christmas Day that I love, it's the wonderful build-up to it. Tonight I will show you how to feed all those extra family and friends over the holiday season. My warming beef casserole, a breathtaking pie, a perfect winter crumble, and a lusciously rich mousse cake. But first, a dish perfect for a frosty Christmas Eve.
My mother used to make it and have it on standby when we arrived on Christmas Eve, and now I'm doing exactly the same. I've got half smoked haddock and half ordinary haddock, 350 grams of each. And I'm just going to dice that up into reasonable sized pieces, so just about the amount that you would eat in one mouthful. And be wary for the odd bone, and that's it.
To make the sauce for the fish pie, I like to use leeks. They're at their best in winter and add a perfect subtle flavour.
You notice I don't do it as quickly as the chefs do. But I get there in the end.
Fry them off in 50 grams of butter until they're nice and soft. Add 50 grams of flour and slowly whisk in 600 mils of hot milk.
And watch it getting thicker and thicker. Don't add all the milk at once. If the sauce is a little bit too thick, you can always add a little more milk. That's it. Now I'm going to add salt and pepper. I like pepper. There we are, a little bit of extra. And then I'm going to put the juice of half a lemon. That just sharpens it up. In goes the dill. If you're not a lover of dill, you could always put chopped parsley in. Then in goes the fish. And the fish will cook in the hot sauce. The lovely smell of this fish, slightly smoky, just makes me think of Christmas.
Once the fish begins to turn white, it's ready for the baking dish.
Why do I grease the dish? Because it makes it much easier to clean afterwards. And it's usually me that's washing it up. Doesn't that look good? And now to the hard-boiled eggs. Yes, I'm generous with the hard-boiled eggs. I think I put more in than Mum does. And you know, all my family love fish pie, but my husband, if I don't put lots of hard-boiled egg in, I'm in trouble. That's it. And now to the soufflé topping. This is not only delicious, it's totally different and wonderfully crisp.
Start by cutting 5 slices of stale bread into croutons. Then melt 75 grams of butter with the same amount of mature cheddar cheese. Add 50 grams of cream cheese over a low heat. Lastly, whisk 1 egg white until light and frothy.
And put the egg white in. That's the soufflé topping. Here come the croutons. In they go. And don't tell people it's bread. Just say it's soufflé. They'll think it's pretty grand. There it is, all ready for the oven.
Bake at 180 fan for 25 to 30 minutes until it's crisp and golden.
Mum didn't have a glass door. I can have a glance and see everything's all right. How about that then? Who wouldn't be tempted to eat this on arrival on Christmas Eve? All piping hot, crispy topping. They'll all be starving for this.
Because there's so much to do at this time of year, it's good to have a few delicious meals prepared in advance. And on a cold winter's day, this next recipe is the perfect thing to come home to.
So to start with, I've got 1.5 kilos of lean stewing steak here, and I'm going to fry it. Now there's a lot of meat, so I'll be doing it in batches. No good putting all that in because you'll never get it brown at once. Keep moving it about. And the idea is to get it brown. That gives the extra flavour and it seals the meat in. If you look down the bottom there, there's a bit of crust coming. All that will add to the flavour. That's it.
Add 3 roughly chopped onions and 6 cloves of crushed garlic to the same pan.
It's taken up the juices from the bottom, which is all adding colour to my casserole. Now I'm going to add the stock.
I'm using 300 mils of beef stock, and to thicken the casserole, a mixture of 50 grams of flour and 300 ml of white wine.
Then the meat goes back. 3 tablespoons of Worcester sauce. Might have been a good idea to take the top off. So leave that on a very, very low heat or in a low oven and cook it until it's almost tender, about 2 hours. In that time, of course, you can be doing all the other things you have to do at Christmas. Gently bubbling there. Chestnut mushrooms, 500 grams going in. There's a lot of gravy here, and I can tell you my husband is a gravy man. He has it with sausages, he'll have it with steak. There has to be gravy, and so there's plenty here.
Leave to simmer gently for another half an hour, and for extra kick, the all-important 3 tablespoons each of Dijon mustard and horseradish cream.
Everybody seems to like chilies. There is no chili in sight here. This is really flavoursome, but not hot spicy. It really is perfect for a winter's day. Do you know, that is a really mellow flavour, very warming, and for my taste, that's just perfect.
Christmas wouldn't be Christmas if my cupboards weren't bursting with my favourite sweet indulgence, chocolate. And nobody knows more about it than William Curley, 4 times British Chocolatier of the Year.
Hello, William. I've heard so much about you and your chocolate creations. It's Christmas time, and I can't imagine Christmas without chocolate. Is it a very busy time for you?
Gosh, Christmas, it's the busiest time of the year. Specialities such as our Dundee cake, our mince pies, pork truffles.
Which is the thing that you like best?
We love making a classic French patisserie, our bûche de Noël.
The bûche de Noël, or Yule log, is served traditionally in France as their Christmas pudding and dates back to the 16th century. I've made Yule logs myself, but never anything quite like this.
If you just take the mousse and run it up the side, like such.
I bet you do this like lightning when you do it. I must say, if I was doing this, I'd like to do several at one go, put them in the freezer.
Just knock them out, yeah.
And everybody who came to supper in the next year would get it as their pud, whether it was Christmas or not. We're going to all this effort. I'd want to show off.
This wonderful creation is a combination of a creamy hazelnut and almond meringue centre.
You've done this before, and you know exactly they're going to fit.
Chocolate sponge.
So that is rum with a sugar syrup.
Indeed, yeah.
These are crystallised chestnuts.
Surrounded by a rich chocolate and chestnut mousse, a meringue base, all covered in a dark chocolate glaze.
It's just like a river flowing.
A final few festive touches.
Oh, that looks amazing. Just look at that.
And the masterpiece is complete.
Do you know, William, I have to stand back and say that really takes the wind out of my sails.
Oh.
It is magnificent.
Oh, thank you very much, mate. It's very kind.
Well,
but why don't we go upstairs, have a little cup of coffee and a wee thin slice?
Do you know, you've twisted my arm. Come on,
Let's
then.
go.
This is luxury personified. It is so chocolatey, and it's full of surprises as you get through the layers.
Different flavours coming through.
Oh, so good and oh, so memorable. All that remains, William, is to wish you a very, very happy Christmas. And you'll only have made about 1,000 of these come Christmas Eve.
Indeed. Thank you, Mary. Merry Christmas to you.
That Bûche Noël looked amazing. But if you haven't the time or the skill that William has, I've got the perfect recipe for you. A chocolate mousse cake. So the cake, very simple to make, and the strongest chocolate flavour you will get is from cocoa.
To 25 grams of cocoa, add 3 tablespoons of boiling water.
Aim to get a paste. A bit like soft butter, you would spread it across. There it is.
Then add 2 eggs, 100 grams of caster sugar, 100 grams of self-raising flour, and a level teaspoon of baking powder.
Don't make it heaped, it must be level, because if you put too much in, it'll rise up and fall down again. And lastly, 100 grams of baking spread. Beautifully mixed, all one colour.
Spoon the mixture into a greased tin lined with non-stick baking parchment.
Chocolate goes so well at Christmas time. I think we're just one of those times when we can be indulgent.
It only needs 25 minutes in the oven at 160 fan. When it starts to shrink away from the sides of the tin, it's done and should be nice and springy to the touch.
That looks perfect. To make it extra special, a little brandy over the top, about 2 tablespoons. Bit difficult to know where you've been when it's a chocolate cake, but I think I'm remembering. There we are, and that for luck. Right, now to the chocolate mousse topping.
Slowly melt 300 grams of chocolate. I find using 50% cocoa solids is best. It adds just the right amount of sweetness. While the chocolate cools, whisk 450 ml of whipping cream until frothy.
Fold that in, and you get the easiest and quickest chocolate mousse. And it's still a lovely frothy mixture. I'm going to put that on top of the sponge now. I'm going to chill it overnight in the fridge. That will firm it up, and then turn it out. A little sieved cocoa over the top makes a professional finish. It's the sort of thing that William would have done with his Bûche de Noël. And I think that really is quite a sort of showstopper, isn't it? Everybody will go ooh and ah when you walk in with that. and they won't know how long it took you to make. Not too long. And then a little sieved icing sugar makes it even more special. Also, it makes you think of snow and Christmas. That's my special, indulgent chocolate pud. That is so easy to make, but it's got the Christmas wow factor. Have a go.
There are so many festive delicacies to enjoy, but my Christmas shopping wouldn't be complete without a very British favourite, Stilton. I've come to rural Nottinghamshire to meet Robin Scales, whose family has been in the cheese business for over 160 years.
Hello, Robin. Very nice to see you.
Lovely to meet you, Mary.
Christmas wouldn't be Christmas without Stilton, and I'm fascinated to know exactly how it's made.
Well, you've come to the right place. Come inside and we'll show you exactly how Stilton's made at Crotwell Bishop.
What's special about this place is that everything here is done using methods that have changed very little since the 17th century.
So this is right at the beginning of the process. The milk came into the vat about 3 hours ago. We added all the different ingredients to the milk. That include the rennet, which clots the milk and eventually turns it into curds and whey, as we see here. We take a nice big ladle of the curd and whey. We then transfer it into the draining table.
So the whey goes away?
The whey goes away and it's drained off. And we basically continue to do this until we've transferred all the curd and whey into this.
You do it all by hand?
All by hand. And it's literally a case of just scooping it out and then into the draining table. Quite deep. You won't touch the bottom.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
So
you won't fall in either, don't worry.
Gentle down.
Really gently, yeah. Spot on.
And then down again. Well, it's quite therapeutic, this, isn't it?
It is. The trick is to be really gentle with it.
I was really gentle.
And you've got it completely spot on, so, you know, you'd have a job here any day, Mary.
All right, but I tell you, you
But it
needn't
might-
put me on here because it's a bit too much hard work.
The next step is to pack the curds into moulds. And 5 days later, they are set and ready for a process called rubbing up.
We're trying to seal the cheese so no air or oxygen can get inside the cheese at this point. We want the cheese to condition over the next 4 or 5 weeks before we encourage any of the blue mould to grow.
If you don't make that nice and smooth and there are sort of air holes, what happens?
The blue mould may start to grow and would become quite strong at the end of its maturation.
So Kerry is flattening it down a bit like icing a cake, really.
It looks simple, but it is an art, and years of practice goes into this. Kerry's been doing it for many years.
How long have you been doing it? 12? You doesn't look old enough to be doing it for 12.
I know.
After 5 weeks of maturing, the Stilton takes on a nice golden crust. It's then pierced, which allows the air in, and the distinctive mould can finally grow. 2 weeks later, and the beautiful blue marbling has taken hold.
It's very rich and creamy, and you do have luxury things at Christmas, and I think maybe that's why it's so popular. What about Howard?
I have Stilton every day, really.
You have it on your pie at lunch, don't you, sometimes?
I have.
Yeah.
You have it on your pie. How would you put it on your pie at lunch?
Or I just put it in the microwave.
Yeah. And then it melts
This
over.
is advanced cooking.
Yeah,
This is.
Yeah. So
I must say, you look really well on it.
I
Anyway.
know. Well, that's what do they call it? Aphrodisiac.
Well, I won't go into that detail, but thank you very much.
Well, there's a lot more to making Stilton than I thought, but it's definitely worth the effort. Just like my next recipe, which is a real showstopper.
There's something really spectacular about a raised pie. When you cut the first slice, it's a real show-off pie. I'm going to make hot watercrust pastry. You may not have made it before, but it is very easy to make, and it is the traditional one for a raised pie.
Dissolve 100 grams of lard in 100 ml of hot water. Then add it to 250 grams of plain flour.
And I'm going to just finish that off, putting my hand in. Now, if you're worried about my nails, they're gel and they won't come off. I was brought up not to ever wear nail polish when I'm cooking, and at college it was absolutely forbidden. But things have changed and it is Christmas.
Put aside 1/3 for the top of the pie and roll the rest quite thinly.
Now, I think that's about right. And now for the filling. I've got some gammon here, some chicken, pickled walnuts. I think they give a lovely texture, lovely flavour, hard-boiled eggs and sausage meat.
Cut the gammon and chicken into strips. Then add lemon zest and fresh thyme to the sausage meat.
And don't use dried thyme. Dried thyme is a totally different thing, and I don't think it adds to recipes at all.
Mix 1/3 of the sausage meat with the gammon strips to make the bottom layer of the pie.
And then you can imagine, as you cut through, you get beautiful results.
Press it down firmly to remove any air before poking in a few of the pickled walnuts.
If you don't like pickled walnuts, you could put pistachio nuts in it. You could use stoned olives.
Lay the trimmed hard-boiled eggs along the centre and surround them with the sausage meat.
And then press it down, very gently but firmly, no arguments. So I've got here the chicken, and it's the same principle. I want long pieces of chicken so that when I cut through the pie, when it's cooked, it looks good. It takes time, but it's very rewarding.
And the last 1/3 of the pastry will become the pie lid.
That looks about the right size to me. Let me just check. Very stupid if it didn't reach, wouldn't it?
Stick the lid on with a little beaten egg and then crimp the edges.
You can do any decoration that you like. And I'm going to do 3 leaves over the top.
Make a small air hole in the top and bake at 180 fan for half an hour and then 160 for the final hour. When it's ready, let it cool and then leave in the fridge overnight.
And this is it. I think it looks pretty good. I can tell you, I'm chuffed to bits with that. I think it looks really perfect. What could be more impressive, more Christmassy? It really shows that you've pushed the boat out for all your family and friends.
The wonderful thing about food at Christmas time is that it can be so indulgent, and I have the perfect winter pudding that will spoil everyone.
I like my puddings to be special, and this is my take on blackberry and apple crumble. I've already made a flan case. It's 28 centimetres wide, and I've baked it blind, so it's ready to receive this blackberry and apple filling.
I'm using 4 Bramley apples for the filling. They tend to work best. Add a couple of tablespoonfuls of water and 150 grams of caster sugar.
Just give that a stir.
Simmer on a low heat with the lid on for about 10 minutes until the apples start to soften.
Right, time to add the blackberries. Take about 5 minutes of gently stirring. That looks absolutely right to me.
A good tip is to drain the juice from the fruit filling, otherwise your pastry will get too soggy.
There we are, it's pouring down, and that will be lovely, just reduced a bit and served with it. And now the crumble topping with a difference.
Start with 175 grams of plain flour and 100 grams of butter.
And this honestly isn't worth getting a machine out to do, and you just lift it up. This is a wonderful thing to do with children. They absolutely love it.
For extra crunch, add 100 grams of demerara sugar, 50 grams of porridge oats, and 50 grams of coarsely chopped hazelnuts.
Adding the nuts and porridge oats gives such an interesting texture. And at Christmas time, it's really a time when you use nuts, isn't it? So all I've got to do now is assemble it. Lots and lots of fruit. That's it. And then the crumble topping. You've really got the best of both worlds with very thin pastry underneath, and then you've got the crumble on top. You've got double whammy, really.
Cook for about 25 minutes at 180 fan until the top is wonderfully golden and crisp.
That looks a bit of all right. You can hear, listen to this. What a lovely crisp top.
Serve with a dollop of cream and the reduced fruit juices.
That is sheer heaven on a plate. I could eat all that in one go, and I'll diet tomorrow.
So there you have it, 5 dishes you can make in advance to help you create the perfect Christmas. Next time, I'll show you how to take the pressure off the big day itself.
Christmas doesn't get better than that. You notice I take the drink first. My mother used to make it and have it on standby when we arrived on Christmas Eve, and now I'm doing exactly the same. I've got half smoked haddock and half ordinary haddock, 350 grams of each. And I'm just going to dice that up into reasonable sized pieces, so just about the amount that you would eat in one mouthful. And be wary for the odd bone, and that's it.
To make the sauce for the fish pie, I like to use leeks. They're at their best in winter and add a perfect subtle flavour.
You notice I don't do it as quickly as the chefs do. But I get there in the end.
Fry them off in 50 grams of butter until they're nice and soft. Add 50 grams of flour and slowly whisk in 600 ml of hot milk.
And watch it getting thicker and thicker. Don't add all the milk at once. If the sauce is a little bit too thick, you can always add a little more milk. That's it. Now I'm going to add salt and pepper. I like pepper. There we are, a little bit of extra. And then I'm going to put the juice of half a lemon. That just sharpens it up. In goes the dill. If you're not a lover of dill, you could always put chopped parsley in. Then in goes the fish. And the fish will cook in the hot sauce. The lovely smell of this fish, slightly smoky, just makes me think of Christmas.
Once the fish begins to turn white, it's ready for the baking dish.
Why do I grease the dish? Because it makes it much easier to clean afterwards. And it's usually me that's washing it up. Doesn't that look good? And now to the hard-boiled eggs. Yes, I'm generous with the hard-boiled eggs. I think I put more in than Mum does. And you know, all my family love fish pie, but my husband, if I don't put lots of hard-boiled egg in, I'm in trouble. That's it. And now to the soufflé topping. This is not only delicious, it's totally different and wonderfully crisp.
Start by cutting 5 slices of stale bread into croutons. Then melt 75 grams of butter with the same amount of mature cheddar cheese. Add 50 grams of cream cheese over a low heat. Lastly, whisk 1 egg white until light and frothy.
And put the egg white in. That's the soufflé topping. Here come the croutons. In they go. And don't tell people it's bread. Just say it's soufflé. They'll think it's pretty grand. There it is, all ready for the oven.
Bake at 180 fan for 25 to 30 minutes until it's crisp and golden.
Mum didn't have a glass door. I can have a glance and see everything's all right. How about that then? Who wouldn't be tempted to eat this on arrival on Christmas Eve? All piping hot, crispy topping. They'll all be starving for this.
I'm Mary Berry, and in this series I'm going to be showing you some of my absolute favourites.
Not too difficult to make, not too many ingredients, and the sort of recipes that the family are going to say, ooh and ah, and please can we have them again?
These favourites have been inspired by the places I love. The countryside, by the sea, markets and gardens, and of course, my home.
I'll be sharing with you some brand new ideas and some recipes that I never ever tire of.
Tonight,
they should grow really well.
It's dishes inspired by my love of fresh herbs.
I love growing my own herbs. It's very easy, I'm getting better at it, and they're an inspiration for many of my recipes.
When I started cooking, which was a long time ago, you could only get dried herbs. Nowadays, almost all supermarkets stock fresh herbs, but you can't beat growing them yourself.
Fresh herbs can really give a lift to a recipe. They can take it from the ordinary to the sublime.
And tonight, I'm going to show you some delicious recipes using my favourite herbs. A luxurious platter for special occasions. A dish my grandchildren love. A Mediterranean summertime supper. My all-time favourite cake. But first, this simple salad using fresh mint.
Mint is not only one of my favourite herbs, it's the easiest to grow, and once you've got it growing, it is prolific. I'm going to use it today in a salad. So I've got a really nice bunch of fresh mint. The smell alone sets me wanting to do something with it. And remember, if you keep the stalks and you've got some lovely new potatoes, you could put those in to give flavour. Then I'm going to do the cucumber. This is rather a big cucumber. I'll only need half.
Peel the cucumber and cut it down the middle.
And I always take the seeds out for a salad because they just make the salad very, very wet. Then I'm going to just cut little half moons of it. All that remains is for me to do the melon. Isn't this a prize beauty? You know, you can grow them. Thomas, our son, has a raised bed and he grew them just about this size last year. I'm growing them too, but mine are miniature ones. So I'm going to cut that in half. And all the glory is in the middle. Look at that. Doesn't it look tempting? It makes you think of summer.
Cut the melon into quarters and remove the skin. Cube and take out any seeds.
This salad is simplicity itself.
For a simple, zesty dressing, I'm using the juice of half a lemon.
You know, lemon and mint go so well together.
4 tablespoons of good olive oil, a little seasoning, and mix it till it all comes together.
That's it, that's ready to go over the top. The melon in the base, some cucumber, generous amount of mint there.
I'm also adding some halved black olives and feta cheese.
And rather than doing it in neat little cubes, I just break it off in decent sized pieces, sort of crumble it. Isn't this simple? And it just reminds me of summer, these vibrant colours.
Just before serving, drizzle the dressing over the top.
Well, that's my favourite way of serving mint in the summer. Oh, that smells of summer, that mint. The aroma is amazing. I can get all that in one go, can't I? To me, that tastes of midsummer, lovely warm sunny days, full of flavour and lots of crunch.
Growing your own herbs is not only easy to do, it's so much cheaper than buying them in the shops. And it's something my granddaughters, Gracie and Abby, love to help me with.
That looks good, Abby. Right, now just put it in like that. You've got a watering can behind you. Can you stretch for that? That's right. And then with your hands, put the earth all round. They should grow really well. Thank you very much.
Spending time with my grandchildren is one of my great joys, and my next dish is one of their favourites.
So I've got 500 grams of good minced beef here.
Add a finely chopped onion to the mince and 2 cloves of grated garlic.
It's only actually since I've been married that we've had meatballs. Mum used to do what she called Scotch mince, and that was just fried mince, no onion and a good gravy. We used to love that as children, but I've found that my young absolutely love meatballs. Then I'm going to put some thyme in there. Now this is broadleaf thyme, and as you can see, it's got a very woody stem and it is very strong, much stronger than you would buy in a supermarket because it has matured over the years. Thyme is wonderful because it's always there, winter, summer, it doesn't lose its leaves. In it goes.
Next, add 50 grams of grated parmesan and half a teaspoon of paprika.
It gives a nice bit of colour to it. And then pepper and salt. 1 small egg, that just holds it all together. So just mix all that together. And do you know what? I'm going to discard the spoon and use my hand. You can really get the feel of it. If it's a wet day and it's school holidays, children will help. They love to help to cook, especially when it's something they're going to enjoy for their lunch.
Shape the mixture into a cake and divide it in 4. Each section will make 6 meatballs.
You just get the mixture, slightly damp hands, and shape them into a ball. I would say they're golf ball size. My husband plays golf. They look just like golf balls to me. So there's the last one done. Makes a pound of mince, 500 grams, go a long way, doesn't it?
It's best to chill the meatballs in the fridge for half an hour before frying.
One of the secrets of making really good meatballs is to brown them well and then not to cook them for too long. They should be soft when you break into them, just like a good beef burger. And be gentle, because in fact, if you're brutal with them, they will break up.
Once they're brown all over, start the tomato sauce in the same pan. First soften 1 finely chopped onion.
And essential to get that tender before you add the other ingredients. So in goes 2 or 3 cloves of garlic, just to what your family likes.
Add 600 ml of passata, 1 teaspoon of caster sugar, and 3 tablespoons of tomato puree.
If you like it fairly piquant, a few drops of Tabasco, and then we need salt and pepper. Stir that in, and so I add about 300 ml of water to that. You might say, why add water to that? But it does intensify the flavour. I'm just going to leave that for about 10 minutes to bubble gently and reduce. I love basil. It is an absolute natural with tomatoes. That goes in there like that. Then in goes the meatballs. Then a low simmer for about 10 minutes. Then it's done. And you serve it from the pan, 1 pan to wash up. That's a joy, isn't it?
After 10 minutes, the sauce will be reduced and the meatballs will be wonderful and juicy.
It really is an intense tomato flavour, and the basil is coming through. I think the family will really enjoy that.
I've used herbs in my cooking all my life, but I never tire of learning more about them. I've come to the dairy in South London to meet Chef Robin Gill. He's well known for his brave and exciting use of fresh herbs, which he grows himself in his rather unusual garden.
Come on up, let me show you what I'm most proud of. Well, one of the things I'm most proud of up here. We've been so lucky to have almost as much space on the roof as we do in the whole dining room.
Well, this is quite amazing, isn't it? All growing in these boxes that are normally sort of chucked out once they've been used a bit for deliveries.
Exactly. We did everything pretty much on a shoestring. The idea was that we could pick something up if it needed more sunlight or less sunlight, and then just move it around.
Robin's passion for fresh herbs means he now has over 40 different varieties growing on his restaurant rooftop.
As I glance around, there's many of the herbs that I know. I mean, look at this wonderful French tarragon.
Yeah, it's stunning.
But I've no idea what that is there. Is it sweet Sicily?
Exactly. I love it. I think it's got like a little bit of an aniseedy flavour.
Let me tell you.
So almost like a little bit like fennel.
A little bit of an aniseed. It's very strong aniseed, yeah.
Yeah. And something we really like and that we use a hell of a lot because it's quite versatile is sorrel. I find it quite refreshing, and we use it with fish, but also we've done a really interesting dessert with it at the moment.
Really? I'd never think of putting sorrel with pud.
Yeah, we use it with sorrel and apple.
And along here we've got, was it garlic chives?
Yeah, this is normal chives and garlic chives. If you taste chive like that, it's peppery, you know. Chives when you buy in the supermarket, it's just not got that same heat. It's completely, like, it's about it's times 100 the power of this chive compared to something I would buy. And that's one of the main reasons why we do this here.
You can grow herbs anywhere. I mean, right over there's somebody growing it on a windowsill, very much in the style you're growing it here,
exactly.
In boxes. And so you don't need a big garden to grow herbs.
All the herbs that Robin grows feature on his menu. He often combines them in ways I've never seen before. 3 or 4 different herbs on one plate. And I can't wait to try some of them.
So this is one dish which kind of really sort of sums up what we do here. We try to take 3 ingredients and just only use flavours like herbs just to intensify the ingredient. So we've got peas, celery, mint, and that's pretty much all it is. And then we just use herbs from the garden. We got some of the fresh sorrel here, the black peppermint, Corsican mint, and then we got a little bit of the apple mint. Okay, and then finally, just the
What's that?
Mint snow, we call it. It's like a refreshing ice, so a really summery dish.
That's frozen?
Yes, frozen. I can hear the crunch.
Do you know, that's sheer heaven. The herbs really help the dish, and the sorrel's coming through strongly.
Yeah.
And I like the idea that there's a hint of lemon, a lot of mint.
It's not only Robin's diners who benefit from the herb garden, they also provide an urban haven for the bees.
So I'm going to take...
Oh, gosh, that was bursting out of the middle.
Yeah. Oh.
You needn't bring the bees too near.
No. This is one of the dishes I'm most proud of from a garden point of view. It really represents what we do here. It's basil, rooftop honey, and courgettes. And that's pretty much it. And then
what are those yellow flowers? I've never seen them before.
They're rocket flowers.
Oh, gosh. You've let it go to seed?
Yeah.
The honey is unusual. It makes me think of elderflower cordial.
That's exactly it. It's the dominant flavour of the honey, you know. Without a doubt, it's elderflower.
You use a very small amount of herbs, but because you've grown them, they are so much more piquant and strong. I've certainly learnt a lot, and I shall be using those rocket flowers. You mark my words.
Excellent. OK, then.
I've learnt a lot from Robin, and I'll definitely be planting a few new varieties in my garden next summer. My next dish uses one of the most popular and widely grown herbs, basil.
Pesto lemon chicken. It is just lovely to have on a warm summery day, and it always reminds me of the Mediterranean.
Start the dressing for the chicken with 6 tablespoons of mayonnaise and 4 tablespoons of fresh pesto from the shop.
You can make it yourself if you've got a lot of basil, and it's simply basil, olive oil, garlic, pine nuts, and a little Parmesan cheese. So, juice of half a lemon. Now I use a lemon squeezer. I know the chefs just go like that and all the juice comes out. I don't seem to have those sort of muscles, so I use a lemon squeezer. Makes it easy and effortless. So I've got juice of half a lemon in there. Then I'm going to add some pepper and salt. Could that be easier? And you get a lovely, fresh, bright green colour. Now to the chicken to go in it.
I'm using chicken breasts that I've lightly roasted for 20 minutes until they're cooked through.
You didn't necessarily use breasts of chicken at all. You could use a whole chicken and just take the skin off and cut it into strips. And making sure that every bit is coated, I think that looks really, really summery and good. I like to serve it with a salad around the outside, so it's a complete dish and you just help yourself. I grew cucumbers this year and they were prolific and far too many for us, and I began and did some pickling of cucumber, giving them away to friends. I think I was dead lucky.
I'm also adding 2 sliced avocados.
I'm now going to just coat them in a little bit of lemon juice because that stops them discolouring.
And some halved baby plum tomatoes.
A little bit of pepper and salt. And with the cucumber too. Now I'm going to assemble the dish. I'm going to put the chicken down the middle. And remember, ideally make it the day before and just leave it in a bowl covered with cling film in the fridge, and the chicken will taste of basil. So quite sort of higgledy-piggledy here. This all looks so beautifully fresh and tempting.
If you like, top it off with some micro herbs and a handful of toasted pine nuts.
I'm just going to put a little drizzle of oil and vinegar dressing over the top. And because this is very much a basil salad, I'm going to put a few leaves on it. Like that on the top. For me, that's a taste of the Mediterranean, full of flavour and sunshine.
Herbs are a great way to add sophistication to a dish when entertaining guests. And I love using them to add zing to this salmon, prawn and potato salad platter.
If we're having friends round and I'm doing a buffet, I always include a salmon dish.
First, season 3 medium salmon fillets and add a good squeeze of lemon.
Lemon and fish go very well together.
Wrap them in foil.
We don't need to seal it because it's not going to run away.
And cook at 160 fan.
And it'll take about 15 minutes.
I've already boiled 500 grams of new potatoes. And whilst they cool, I can make the dressing. 3 tablespoons of Dijon mustard.
3 tablespoonfuls of white wine vinegar. 4 tablespoonfuls of oil, and then a tablespoonful of sugar. And best to use caster sugar because it dissolves quickly.
Add a little seasoning and give it a good whisk.
Now this is a very mustardy dressing, but it goes well with the potatoes. Doesn't take much mixing, that's it.
Once the potatoes are cool enough to handle, quarter them and add them to the dressing.
I think a potato salad is something not to be forgotten. So much pasta and rice is served as salads, but there's nothing to beat a good potato salad. The warm potato will absorb this lovely mixture of mustard and oil.
To add some crunch, slice 3 spring onions and 4 sticks of celery.
When I was young, Dad used to grow it, and we had celery with everything. It was almost too much celery.
Next, add 6 tablespoons of mayonnaise and the chopped spring onion and celery.
So it is not going on the floor, it's going straight in the bowl. That's it.
And to add a bit of colour, a few thinly sliced radishes.
Mix all that together. The radishes have a very piquant flavour, so if they're thinly sliced, they just fit very well with the salad. That's it.
Now, some wonderful fresh parsley.
If you can't be bothered to chop parsley, I've got a quick tip to speed it up. Put it in a cup and then just snip it with scissors. And if you've got an extra pair of hands in the kitchen and it's one of your children or grandchildren, they love doing this little job. That's it. Then put some of it in here. So mix all that together. Parsley works really well in this potato salad because it gives the brightness of the green as well as adding to the flavour. Just going to put that to one side and see how the salmon's doing. There we are. Now that is absolutely perfect. And then you just flake that up in sort of reasonable sized pieces. Potato salad down the centre. I'm trying very carefully not to drip it on the side. So there's the salmon all the way down.
And to make it extra special, some king prawns.
If you get hold of each one and tuck the tails into each other and then lie them across the top, I would serve this on an occasion that perhaps it's a special birthday or an anniversary and you've got a crowd round and you want to really push the boat out. I think they look fun and very special. And I've got something to crown the glory. You might call it showing off. I've been dying to grow micro herbs because you can't get them very easily. And just look at that. It looks so smart. It's all different kinds of lettuce and mustard. So I'm going to snip some and just put it across the top. If you haven't got micro herbs, of course you can just put parsley over the top. And I think that looks really special. So how about that for your next very special occasion? Worth trying?
Herbs aren't exclusively for savoury dishes. They can also be great in cakes and puddings.
Lemon verbena is the unsung hero of my herb garden. It's just wonderful in tea, but think further. Finely chopped leaves are a great addition when you want a lemon flavour. I love it so much, I'm going to use it in my signature lemon drizzle cake. If you ask anybody what their real favourite cake is, it's nearly always lemon drizzle. It's certainly mine. So, lemon verbena. If you rub your fingers against it, it is strong lemon, a bit like lemon thyme, but it's rather sweeter than that. If they're really tough old leaves from a big plant, you want to take out the middle of the leaf so that it's not too tough.
Don't worry if you can't get hold of lemon verbena. The recipe will still work without it.
So I'll end up with about a tablespoon of lemon verbena. That's it.
To make the cake, add 4 eggs, 225 grams of caster sugar, and the same again of baking spread.
If you like to use butter, it must be really soft.
Then add 275 grams of self-raising flour, 2 teaspoons of baking powder, and 4 tablespoons of milk.
I've been making this for as long as I can remember. When the children were very tiny, I had my closest friend living across the road. Her mother came down to see her from the north and she said, "You girls don't do enough baking," and she stood in the kitchen with the little prams all round and the children and made the cake for us, and it's been my favourite ever since.
Add the zest of 2 lemons and beat for about a minute until beautifully smooth.
That is beaten to perfection. This amount of mixture fills a tray-baked tin 23 by 30 centimetres. You grease the tin really well and then you line it with non-stick paper. I've made more of these than you've had hot dinners.
If you haven't got this size tin, the same amount of mixture will fill a 20 centimetre round tin or 2 1-pound loaf tins.
It needs to go in the oven at 160 for about 35 or 40 minutes.
Whilst the cake bakes, get on with the delicious lemon drizzle topping. Nothing could be simpler. Start with the juice of 2 lemons, then add 175 grams of granulated sugar and it's ready.
Well, that's just as it should be. A gorgeous pale golden brown.
Wait 10 minutes for the cake to cool slightly before topping with the lemon drizzle.
Make sure you get it all to the edges and then it will be really delicious.
Once the topping has completely soaked in, it's ready to slice.
Now, I cannot resist. That is as light as a feather. You can just see the flecks of lemon verbena. That is sheer bliss. When I finish that, I'm quite sure I'll be ready for another slice.
Next time.
That's a bit sharp at the moment.
No, I think it's lovely.
It's my favourites from the local farmers market. I'm Mary Berry, and in this series I'm going to be showing you some of my absolute favourites.
Not too difficult to make, not too many ingredients, and the sort of recipes that the family are going to say ooh and ah, and please can we have them again.
These favourites have been inspired by the places I love. The countryside, by the sea, markets and gardens, and of course, my home.
I'll be sharing with you some brand new ideas and some recipes that I never ever tire of.
Tonight,
I've got one! I promise you I've got one!
it's dishes inspired by my love of the seaside.
Some of my earliest memories are holidays by the seaside.
In those days, we never went abroad. No matter what the weather, we were always on the beach. And some of my fondest food memories are from those trips. Tonight, I'm cooking some of my favourite dishes inspired by the great British seaside. A smart and delicious fish supper, a luxurious linguini, my right royal fish cakes, a homemade ice cream the family will love. But first, no fuss goat's cheese and shallot tarts with a crisp walnut pastry.
These tarts are perfect to take down on the beach for a picnic. So, to begin with, I'm going to make the pastry. It's a different pastry. It's walnut pastry. Into the processor goes 175 grams of plain flour. I'm just going to season that a little, up to you whether you do, just a little bit of pepper and salt, like that. Then I'm going to add 100 grams of butter. I think it's better to have the butter fairly firm. Then on with the lid and process it just until it's sort of like breadcrumbs. That looks about right. So in goes the egg. Whiz it together till it holds together. Don't overwork it. That's it, it comes together in no time. Now I'm going to roll the pastry out as thin as you can, then you don't have to bake blind.
To make the pastry extra special, sprinkle over 30 grams of roughly chopped walnuts.
And obviously if I've got the rolling pin on there, it would stick to the rolling pin. So if you take a piece of cling film, like that, tear it off, and just roll out the pastry.
Cut out the pastry slightly bigger than the cases. I find that Yorkshire pudding tins are perfect for making these tarts. and this recipe is enough to make 8.
And at this stage, just take a fork and prick the base to stop them rising up.
Whilst the pastry cases firm up in the fridge, I can get on with the filling. Slowly fry off 500 grams of shallots until golden brown and really tender. Add a tablespoonful of sugar and 2 tablespoons of balsamic vinegar.
I'm going to now put that to one side till it's absolutely cold. Now to the other filling that goes on top of the shallots.
Mix 300 grams of soft goat's cheese with 2 beaten eggs and add 2 tablespoons of chopped parsley.
I've been making these tarts for a long time, but I put all different fillings in them. I just look in the fridge and see what there is to be used up. I mean, often we have a bit of Stilton or a nice camembert left on the cheese board, and I would use that. It is important that you don't let any come over the edge of the pastry.
Put them in the oven at 180 fan on 2 preheated baking trays. Bake for 20 minutes, switching halfway through.
You rotten thing. I can't get away with anything.
You'll know when they're ready. The pastry is crisp and the filling is just set and golden.
They need just a little bit of parsley over the top. They come out beautifully. Mind you, if I'd spilt the mixture all down the side, it would be another kettle of fish. That's it. You have the layer of shallot at the bottom. Then you have the layer of the mild goat's cheese on top, well seasoned, beautifully cooked underneath, just a pale golden brown layer. I really, really like that. The flavour is excellent. Sheer heaven.
Whilst the tarts are perfect for a picnic, one of my all-time favourite seafoods is crab. But it's not cheap these days, so here's an ideal recipe to make it go that little bit further. I think you'll love my cod and crab fish cakes with tomato salsa, something different.
I've made many a fish cake in my time, but these are the very best. Why? Because I have the addition of crab, and it really gives them a lift. It makes them right royal. I've got to start with some beautiful fresh cod, and you can always recognise it if it's cod because it's got little flecks of yellow in the skin.
My secret is to butter and season the foil.
I'm going to fold that over, a little bit like a Cornish pasty, and pull it up at the sides so if there is any juice it doesn't run out all over the tray. I'm going to put it in the oven at 180 fan and it'll take about 15 minutes. Keep looking at it, and as soon as there's no translucent bits, you know it's done. So in it goes.
Once the fish is cooked, leave it to cool.
Now to the actual making of the fish cakes, and I promise you they are different.
To give the fish cakes extra flavour, add 6 chopped spring onions to 500 grams of cooled mashed potato. Then flake the cod into it.
I've got 100 grams of crab. Now this crab is mixed crab. I want the dark meat and the light meat, and that's all going in. The crab really gives these fish cakes a lift. There are more ingredients to make it extra tasty.
Add 2 tablespoons of mayonnaise, the same again of Dijon mustard, a dash of Tabasco, some finely chopped parsley, and season well before mixing it all together.
Don't break up the fish too much, but it's when it's all one even colour. That looks fine to me, and I'm going to make 8 fish cakes.
Now, an old trick to help divide the mixture evenly. Tip it onto a board and with wet hands make it into the shape of a cake. Then simply slice it into 8 wedges.
That's made the job easy, hasn't it?
Next, shape each one ready to go in the fridge to firm up.
And if they're not quite round, they look very homemade and everybody will know you haven't bought them. That's it. They're pretty good though, aren't they?
After half an hour, they'll be ready to breadcrumb.
These are panko breadcrumbs, Japanese ones, and they're really crisp and dry. In go the fish cakes.
Don't have too high a heat. It's better to brown them slowly. Around 4 minutes each side should do it.
When you think about it, everything in the fish cake has been cooked. We want to just get it piping hot in the middle and a lovely crisp, crunchy outside. Those are perfectly done and they're ready to serve.
I think the perfect accompaniment is a simple salsa of tomato, red onion and parsley.
That's about it. So there you have it, the very best fish cakes with the addition of that wonderful crab.
When it comes to seafood, one thing we can't get enough of are prawns. In Britain, we consume about 85,000 tonnes of them every year. And the best thing is you can catch them all around our shores if you know where to look.
I just love the sea. I love the smell. I love when you get the wind through your hair and to be on a beach with my prawning net. You never know what you might find. We've got masses of winkles around here and I'm hoping I'll find an odd prawn.
Today I'm in Botany Bay, Kent, to meet local naturalist Dr. Alistair Bruce, to see if he can help me catch some of the local delicacies.
This is a marvellous stretch of coastline. What would one expect to find?
We catch prawns, there are plenty of winkles here, there's occasional wild oysters, and the rocks beside us here are often full of lobster and crab, so it's a serious smorgasbord of shellfish that we can
When
find
did
here.
you last find your lobster here?
I get about a dozen or so every year, but I know where to look. An old gentleman many years ago showed me the certain holes to put my hand in and sort of winkle out lobsters. So it's a closely guarded secret, I'm afraid.
With Alistair keeping his lobster spots close to his chest, I'm interested in catching some prawns.
Well, mind your step. There's a few holes and dimples here.
I'm being really careful.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Right, now, right...
I am the king of the castle. I'm definitely after prawns.
Well, there's a good chance.
There's a good chance. So wish me luck.
Good luck.
To
They'll
the
be
bottom
right
of my
underneath
net.
you. Right underneath you with a bit of luck.
Prawns can be found all around the British coast. They live in areas where they have rock and weed cover. If you want to catch them, try a low tide during the summer months.
Oh, this says current. I'm doing it very, 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 and then I'll catch them. Whew.
That's it.
There's not a lot of sport in there.
Well, you've got some edible seaweed.
Okay. I think I was a bit quick.
Nice and gently.
I've got one! I promise you I've got one. I have.
Fantastic.
It's a whopper.
There you go.
No, don't. It's mine.
Okay.
That is a sheer beauty. It's all mine.
With my meagre catch and Alistair's slightly better haul, we should have enough for a fisherman's supper.
I'm going to do the cooking because you're the
Okay.
fisherman. I didn't know what I was doing really. And you say always cook it in seawater if you can.
Yeah, there you go. Oh,
Look at those
seaweed
beauties.
out. Straight in.
Look, they've gone from translucent to a pale pink. In a minute, our fisherman's tea will be ready.
Absolutely, and it's all free.
The most exciting thing of all is, of course, doing it on the beach,
Yeah.
sitting round, and we'll have such an appetite when it comes. Pity we didn't catch twice as many prawns. Well, nothing could be fresher, could it?
A lovely colour, isn't it?
It is so exciting. Mind you, I think I can see the one I caught. It's that very big one there. It was pretty big, though, wasn't it?
It was.
You must admit.
It was. I'll give you that.
a little bit of lemon. So here goes.
There we go. All the
Yeah.
best.
Cheers.
Oh, that is really nice.
Do you know, I'm sure it's better to cook them in that salt water. It is absolutely beautiful. It doesn't need any mayonnaise. It doesn't need anything.
No, not really. Very nice.
This, to me, is wonderful. It's a treasure from the sea.
The beauty of fresh seafood is it doesn't take a moment to cook. This linguini is a luxurious dinner party dish for 6 that takes no time to prepare.
It's absolutely delicious and rather different. So to start with, I've taken 3 shallots and I've slowly cooked those, and they're just nice and soft. And I've got some linguini here, and it's 250 grams. Cook it as the packet says. It's usually about 10 minutes.
Add to the shallots 1 finely chopped red chilli and 2 cloves of crushed garlic.
Now I've got some beautiful fresh clams here. I've given them a good scrub. If any of these are open, you're not to put them in there because they're not fresh. Tip those in, and the shock of the heat will start them to open. Then I'm going to add 250 ml of wine, give or take a bit. I shouldn't say a bit of wine. You can't have a bit of wine. My husband's always telling me that. A drop of wine. Give that a bit of a stir, then in the lemon goes. Those are cooking nicely, but to make sure they all open, they need to be in the steam. So pop that on.
This should only take about 3 minutes. Once the clams are all open, add the cooked pasta.
Just leave that for the moment. It's on a very, very low heat, and I'm going to quickly get on with cooking the rest of the shellfish, and that'll just take a couple of minutes.
To make it even more luxurious, I'm also including squid and king prawns.
Keep moving them about, and you'll know when the prawns are done because they'll turn bright pink. You can see the squid is changing colour.
And for something special, add 6 scallops sliced in half to make them go further.
So there it is. Doesn't that look beautiful? Loaded with wonderful seafood. What I've forgotten to do is my tomato. I've still got the heat on here. Just shows you I'm not perfect.
Season and fry the tomato for a couple of minutes before adding to the pasta with a generous handful of chopped parsley and mix all together.
Doesn't that look good? That is, to me, sheer luxury. Everybody will feel that you've spoilt them rotten.
I love my linguini, but sometimes I feel like a more traditional fillet. And so here's a favourite recipe for the catch of the day.
Sea bass has become very popular, quite understandably, because brill and halibut and Dover sole are very expensive. It has a lovely flavour, sea bass, and when you marry it with my favourite ingredient, shrimps, in a delicious sauce, what could be better?
To make the sauce, start by frying 1 finely sliced onion till soft, then add 200 ml of white wine and reduce it by half.
Then in goes 300 ml of double cream, and it must be double. If you use single cream, you'll have to boil it too long, and there is a chance too of it splitting.
Coat the sea bass fillets in seasoned flour and fry in oil and butter.
I cook the white side down first, particularly if I'm doing 6 fillets, because if you do the skin side first, bits come off, you get flecks, then you put the white side down on it, and it doesn't look so good. So that's why I do it that way round. Now I'm just going to have a look and see how it's doing. Oh, that's a lovely colour. To get the skin really crispy, press the fish down and it will catch on the bottom.
To finish the sauce, add the juice of half a lemon, a tablespoonful of capers and a good amount of chopped parsley.
And the main ingredient, these beautiful shrimps. Do you know, I can't resist these. They are absolutely delicious. Not just one, I had about 7. So in they go, about 120 grams there. What could be better than that? To me, this sauce looks most tempting. We've got lovely shrimps, then the finely sliced onion, parsley and capers in a lovely creamy sauce. I'm going to serve it up. Oh, that looks a beautiful brown colour, just perfect. Pop that on the plate. Now to my shrimp sauce. And lots of shrimps on the side there. That's it. I've got some piping hot beans here. Just there. I think that looks so tempting, I can't possibly not taste it. That reminds me of the sea. Takes me back to holidays.
One of my fondest childhood memories was eating ice cream by the sea. On the Broadstairs seafront is an ice cream parlour just like the ones I remember.
Hello, Mary. Very nice to
Marina.
meet you. How are you?
I'm very well. This is amazing. It takes me all back in time.
Yeah.
How long have you been making ice cream
We've
here?
been making ice cream in this place since 1932. My grandfather started, and my great-grandfather started in 1907. So we're in our 5th generation now. Still very Art Deco with the Lloyd Loom chairs and the special ceiling designs.
The one thing I remember from my childhood is Knickerbocker Glory, and the ice cream was the most important part of that.
Yeah.
What's the secret about this ice cream?
I think the secret is just to keep making good traditional ice cream the old-fashioned way.
May I see it being made?
Yes, absolute pleasure, Mary. I'll have to take you down after you.
Marino is taking me to meet Gino, who's been making gelato for 22 years.
Let's see how it's made.
Okay. So, this one is the secret ingredient. Milk, sugar, a dash of cream.
Our finest ice cream in Britain is made from custard, eggs and cream.
You describe ice cream. Here we are making gelato.
To make the gelato, milk, sugar and cream are pasteurised and cooled overnight. Then it's time to add the flavourings.
What is the most unusual ingredient you use that I would be surprised?
I made earlier on a couple of flavors for you. So, and you will try later. They're a bit unusual. But, you know, gelato is a form of art.
Well, let's make some hazelnut. Gosh, it's pouring like silk.
Now we make the noisy part. We mix.
We mix?
Yeah.
Once the flavours are mixed, it's time for it to churn.
Okay, push the gelato bottle. Yeah.
Lights on, green for go. And how long will that take?
8-10 minutes.
How much do you make a day?
Here, more than 150 liters per day.
And so how many ice creams is that?
1,200.
Can I try some?
Of course.
Do you know that's as smooth as velvet?
Hazelnut is a firm favourite here, but nowadays people want something different. And Gino is responsible for creating new combinations, everything from gin and tonic to Cornish pasty.
This one is marmalade on toast.
Marmalade on toast. It's my most favourite thing for breakfast. Certainly tastes of marmalade.
And the next one is a bit more adventurous. Gorgonzola and honey.
Now that's very weird.
But it's really good.
It's strong of gorgonzola too. I would like to end a meal with that, with a glass of port.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
But before I go, there's just one thing I have to try. My childhood favourite, Knickerbocker Glory, a classic combination of fruit, ice cream and whipped cream. Wow.
Thank you so much. This was my first visit to Broadstairs, and I came here in search of my old favourite, the Knickerbocker Glory. Thank you very much for having me. You won't miss it, will you? There's nothing that reminds me more of seaside holidays than a Knickerbocker Glory. And you don't have to come all the way to Broadstairs to know how to make them. I'm going to show you right now. I really enjoyed that decadent Knickerbocker Glory in Broadstairs. Gosh, it was good. I'm now going to recreate that for you to do at home.
First, a simple vanilla ice cream that doesn't require an ice cream machine. Separate 4 eggs and whisk the whites at full speed. Slowly add 100 grams of sugar to make the meringue that will be the base of the ice cream.
In go the egg yolks and you just mix them for a moment. That's it. And this really is so stiff. So far, so simple.
Next, scrape the seeds from 2 vanilla pods into 300 ml of lightly whipped double cream.
Don't throw that away. If you've got a pot of sugar in your kitchen, put it into the pot, and that will give a flavour to your sugar, you know, if you're making custard or something. And I'm just going to beat that. It's partly beaten. Now I've got to fold the cream into this mixture. Now I have got volume in it. I've got volume in the meringue, I've got volume in the cream. That's why we don't have to re-whip it and we don't have to use an ice cream machine. So just fold that in. And remember, folding round the outside and cut through the middle until it's beautifully smooth. That's going into the freezer, minimum 8 hours, best overnight. Now to the coulis, a lovely puree that will drift through the ice cream. I know you can buy it in a squeezy bottle, but it's not the same as homemade.
Measure 250 grams of fresh raspberries and 2 tablespoons of icing sugar into a small processor.
And you just puree that. Off with the lid, and then I'm going to sieve that into a bowl. The reason for sieving it, of course, is to get rid of the seeds. I've got everything assembled, ready to make my Knickerbocker Glory. This is the part I like most.
Begin with a layer of chopped mango, followed by a few blueberries, then a trickle of the delicious raspberry coulis, and a small scoop of vanilla ice cream.
This is a lovely consistency. Then just drop that in to the middle there.
Then repeat the process.
I've got a couple of raspberries here that I kept back for a bit of colour. Gosh, that looks good. The crowning glory of a little bit of chopped nuts, just over the top like that. This is my take on the classic seaside special Knickerbocker Glory. There. That really does remind me of my childhood.
Next time.
Don't Don't you lose
there
it
you
now.
go. There's your fish.
It's dishes inspired by my love of the countryside.
I just love Christmas. It's my favourite time of year. It's a good excuse to get the whole family together and indulge ourselves.
But no matter how many times you've cooked for it, it can seem a little bit daunting.
At the end of the day, it's all about wonderful Christmas food, and I'm going to make it as easy as I can for you. Christmas doesn't get better than that. You notice I take the drink first.
With Christmas almost here, it's time to start planning for the big day itself. Tonight, I'll be making my essential classics so you can have a stress-free Christmas day. An easy roast turkey crown with fail-safe trimmings. A trick for making sprouts that everyone will want to eat. And my special version of a traditional mince pie. But to start with, here's the perfect way to begin your Christmas Day festivities.
There's nothing more Christmassy than the smell of mulled wine. It really does warm you up and give you cheer. Right, how to do it. Take 3 lemons. I take the skin off using a potato peeler. Don't press too hard, because if you do, you'll get the white pith.
Squeeze the lemons and peel and juice 1 orange. Then put all the citrus juice and peel in a large pan.
It's just the zest that gives a really good flavour. Then a couple of sticks of cinnamon. Nobody likes to come across a clove, so if I pop it in here, it's a good tip, about 8 or 10. In this way, you get the flavour of the cloves and they're not floating about everywhere.
Now for the red wine, which doesn't need to be expensive. I'm using a couple of bottles of delicious Rioja.
The whole look of the pan is Christmassy, the red and this lovely spicy smell coming up. And as soon as I warm it, it'll be even better.
Pour in 2 pints of water and simmer for 1 to 2 hours.
And that's it. Mind you, I shall put a little bit of brandy. It gives it a bit of a perk.
While the wine simmers, I can make my special canapé. The perfect thing to welcome the family.
Don't even think about making phyllo at Christmas. I don't think about making phyllo at any time. It comes very nicely in packets.
Lay out 2 sheets side by side and brush them with melted butter.
You've got to be quite quick because it dries out quite quickly.
Cut the phyllo into 3-inch squares.
Take each square and put the buttery side down and then the buttery side down again so it sticks at a slight angle like that, and then push them in. So the actual part you're filling isn't buttered.
Bake the phyllo cases at 180 fan for 5 to 10 minutes until crisp.
Just keep an eye on them. Want to be a beautiful straw colour. Now, on with the beef.
I like to use beef tail fillet, which is delicious but not too pricey. Mix the beef with half a tablespoon of honey. It's a great way to make it caramelise more quickly in the hot pan.
And immediately spread them out. And I'm going to turn those over. As soon as one side is brown, let me have a peek. That's it, it is already. And it looks so appetising when it's this wonderful caramelised colour. Now that is quite enough cooking. I want it pink in the middle, so I'm going to take them straight out now. That's it.
While the phyllo cases cool, finish the mulled wine by adding 150 grams of caster sugar.
The smell is absolutely wonderful. Oh, wait a minute. I was going to add a little bit of brandy. It just makes all the difference. Now, on to serving my canapés.
Fill the cases with a little creamed horseradish and top with the luxurious fillet steak.
A little bit of parsley on the top. I think that looks really tempting, and I very much doubt if anybody would say no. No, I think a little drop more. A glass in my left hand, this beef canapé in my right. Christmas doesn't get better than that. It's a lovely, warm feeling. The brandy did give it a bit of a kick, and that just looks beautiful. Anyway, happy Christmas.
Christmas Day is all about indulging yourself, and the one thing I always look forward to is a glass of bubbly. But we no longer have to bring it in from France. Here in the Sussex South Downs, the Whiston Estate has been winning international awards for their English sparkling wine.
Good morning.
Morning, welcome.
So it's Pip, isn't it?
It is, yes,
And Rick. I've come here to learn all about champagne, or should I call it sparkling wine?
You should technically call it sparkling wine because it's not made in the Champagne area.
Do we have the right weather and climate?
Weather not today, but we're getting the right climate. We have the right soil.
This year has been an extraordinary weather-wise, hasn't it? A wet winter and a hot, hot summer. Is that good?
Brilliant. And we've got a brilliant crop this year.
Remarkably, the South Downs are only 88 miles from the Champagne region and have a similar chalky soil. It absorbs the sun during the day and gives off a heat at night, perfect for growing Champagne-style grapes. As well as picking all the grapes by hand, head winemaker Dermot Sugrue also uses a traditional wine press, one of only 4 outside France.
It's an old-style traditional technology that was designed to get the very, very best juice out of sparkling wine grapes.
Well, I'm sure it's time that we got this into there.
Fantastic. Let's go. Will you give us a hand?
No.
There are 2 tons of Chardonnay grapes in these crates. They will end up making around 1,500 bottles of wine.
Okay, Mary, we're ready to go. Let's do the first press of 2014.
On your marks, get set, go.
Fantastic. We've raced into a good lead already.
Oh, what a wonderful sight. I've never seen so many grapes all together. What are they doing, sort of levelling it here with a fork?
It's like a great big cake, Mary, and we want to get it nice and level, so when we bring down the press, it's nice and balanced, and the juice comes out very evenly. All right, guys? 1, 2, 3, up!
Look, it's coming. Do you know, it's clear like a mountain stream.
The juice is now going to start going through a very, very basic little grill here, just to keep out any seeds. And then it's falling by gravity into the stainless steel tanks below. Once we add the yeast, it'll start the fermentation. We turn juice into wine.
After 7 months, the wine is moved from barrel to bottle to ferment and age. But it takes a full 3 years for that special sparkle to develop.
The proof of the pudding is, in this case, definitely in the drinking. There's 4 bottles here. Which one should we try first?
Okay, well, I'm going to choose, considering it's Christmas, our rosé. Rosé sparkling wine is a wonderfully versatile drink because it's perfect for drinking without food or with food. You don't want it to pop. Give it a little wiggle, and now soon we'll hear some gas leak out. See?
There's enough talk. How about tasting?
Absolutely. As you can see, it's got a very, very beautiful, delicate pink colour.
It is so fresh. It's very light. You know, it looks special. When all the family are there and everyone's glowing, perfect for Christmas. Happy Christmas.
Happy Christmas, everyone.
For me, the secret to a stress-free Christmas day is to prepare what you can in advance and give yourself an early start on the main event. If you do, I promise you the results will be spectacular.
For many, the pressure is on when it comes to Christmas dinner, but I always think of it as a special Sunday lunch. Dead easy. I've chosen a turkey crown. That's a turkey without its legs and wings. Christmas Day for us at home is one of the happiest days. We're so lucky having grandchildren. The first thing they do is get up and have their stockings, and that keeps them quiet for a long time, playing with the toys. I like to do as much as possible ahead of time. It's all a matter of planning because I want to be with the family on Christmas morning.
First, mix the fresh thyme with 50 grams of soft butter and season well. Now loosen up the skin so you end up with a big pocket.
So push your nails up and you'll be amazed it comes away quite easily. And don't put your finger through it. Loosen it all the way along.
Spread the thyme butter carefully over the whole breast and place 8 slices of orange in 2 neat rows for a simply delicious different flavour.
This will baste itself, but any butter that comes out and any juice that comes out, I will baste it during cooking, just to make it extra moist. Now you can do this the night before, put it into the fridge, and then the next day take it out to room temperature before cooking it.
Don't forget to brush the turkey with oil, then roast at 180 fan for about 1.5 to 2 hours.
Just keep an eye on it and baste from time to time.
Whilst the bird roasts, it's time to make those very important trimmings.
In our house, Christmas dinner isn't complete without a good stuffing. I use my mother's recipe. It is a well-seasoned sausage meat, essential to use fresh herbs.
Fry an onion till soft and mix with 700 grams of pork sausage meat, 150 grams of fresh white breadcrumbs, the rind and juice of a lemon, and chopped sage and parsley.
Christmas dinner is the favourite meal of the year, and we have all sorts of games. Old-fashioned, but yes, great fun. I'm always in the winning team, of course. Nothing like your hands to get in there, so work that together. No, I haven't forgotten to put the egg in. It doesn't have any egg. Because it's got sausage meat, the sausage meat helps it to cling together. So that looks pretty well mixed to me.
This is the best way to divide it into 16 portions.
They brown very easily, rather quicker than sausages do.
You can easily prepare these beforehand and leave them in the fridge to reheat on Christmas Day.
These just need to go in the oven for 25 or 30 minutes until they're done. Not everyone likes sprouts, but I'll challenge anyone who doesn't like my sprouts with pancetta and chestnuts.
Begin by frying 200 grams of chopped smoky pancetta.
It's important to divide this so that it all becomes crispy.
Once crisp, drain and use the fat to cook a diced onion and some chestnuts. Return the pancetta to the pan.
So in go the sprouts.
I've already cooked the sprouts, but only for about 3 minutes.
I think sprouts have got a bad reputation because most people overcook them, cut it down the middle, and it cooks in half the time. They look pretty good, don't they? Can't resist. That is really special and a perfect accompaniment to that turkey.
The turkey is cooking and the trimmings are prepared, but I've one final thing to show you, something that will make your Christmas feast even more special.
I don't think that the Christmas dinner is complete without cranberry sauce, and mine is fresh cranberry sauce, no cooking.
Roughly chop an orange and put in a blender with 225 grams of raw cranberries.
They're not about all year round, but they're very plentiful in December.
To sweeten, add 150 grams of sugar and a teaspoonful of mixed spice.
In that goes. Next, fresh nutmeg. A nutmeg like that will keep for 5 years. If it's ground, it will only keep for a year. So, a good grating of that going in. I can remember coming back from Malaysia, having picked these, bringing it back and thinking the children would be interested. They weren't in the slightest bit interested. And they said, "What else have you brought, Mum?"
Process until the juices flow and it becomes a beautiful sauce.
That looks perfect. So that's it. Nothing could be simpler, and it is so fresh and delicious.
This cranberry sauce will keep for a week in the fridge, and it's just the thing for Boxing Day sandwiches. That reminds me, time to check on that bird.
Oh, there we are. Gosh, the smell. Lovely. Oh, that went in like butter. And the juices that flow should be clear. Oh, yes, they are. Absolutely. So let's lift that onto the plate. That's it. Leave the turkey to rest for half an hour and it will hold its heat well because it's solid meat.
While it rests, I'm going to make a rich gravy. Skim off 4 tablespoonfuls of fat from the juices in the pan and add 3 tablespoons of flour. When bubbling, add 450 ml of hot chicken or turkey stock.
But you see, if you use a whisk and you have hot stock, it becomes smooth very quickly. Then a little port, about 6 tablespoons. How about that?
Add a few drops of Worcester sauce, 2 tablespoons of soya sauce for colour and for flavour. The rich pan juices, taste and season well.
It's got a lovely gloss to it, which I like. You can see the consistency. It's nothing like a good gravy. I like the bit of port in that. I'm going to add nothing else. It's just right. So there you have it, a different twist on the turkey. Everything easy to make and not too much stress.
We all have our very own special Christmas Day traditions. I've come to Henry VIII's Hampton Court to see if my Christmas lunch bears any resemblance to what they would have cooked almost 500 years ago. Food historian Mark Meltonville is already busy in King Henry VIII's great kitchen.
Now, how would Christmas have differed to ours?
They go to church on Christmas Day and that's sort of Christmas over, but they have 12 days of feasting.
So what sort of dishes would they have?
So the whole point of coming here at Christmas is to have fresh meat when everybody else doesn't get any. And so every day of that 12 days, there's roast beef on the table, roast mutton.
So what about our favourite turkey?
Well, oddly enough, the turkey has just come over to Britain in Tudor times. They come over from America. It's the only thing they bring over quickly. But it's not associated with Christmas for a long, long time.
In fact, our Christmas turkey has only been popular since the 1950s. In Tudor times, it would have been more common for the court to be served spit roast goose with an exotic spice sauce.
By putting these 3 peppers in a sauce in a palace in England, you're saying, my people travel the world.
The sauce is made from a rich stock and thickened with croutons cooked in bacon fat. The blend of 3 peppers from as far away as India and Java and a drop of vinegar provide the flavour.
It's not fiery at all.
It's very good.
And it's not as simple.
Do you know, that would go with our turkey, let alone the goose. It's not too vinegary. You've obviously had very good concentrated stock. It is delicious.
But roast goose was only for the rich. It used up expensive fuel and required a spit boy to turn it for hours. Ordinary folk would have had boiled meat.
Well, that's a nice crispy sound to the skin. But it is cooking me quite considerably.
That looks lovely. Right.
I'm now roasted for Christmas too.
Doesn't that look a mouthful?
And then you would wash your hands on your napkin.
That is memorable. The skin is so crisp, and yet the breast is so moist. It is quite amazing. And the sharpness of that sauce, the little bit of vinegar you added to it...
Just cuts through the fat.
It's delicious.
The closest thing the Tudor court had to pudding was frumenty, a grain-based porridge softened in beef stock and sweetened with fruits.
The little twist that makes it a bit like a Christmas pudding is you're instructed to put your dried fruits in there. So you end up with a sort of sweet, savoury, puddingy thing long before they've invented pudding.
You'd have it in the palace, but would other people at home have this?
This is the one that seems to cross all boundaries. Amongst ordinary people, you take a bowl of this to your friends at Christmas time. Are you going to be the cook and taste it from the pan?
I am indeed.
So this is a pure taste of ancient Christmas.
I love the grain. I would think it was very much a barley risotto with fruit. And I like it. It's different.
Good.
And I think it would go very well with turkey, with goose, but I wouldn't be having it as pud.
No, I'd treat it as a sauce.
The Tudors' frumenty was the beginning of our traditional plum pudding. And for me, Christmas isn't complete without one final special treat.
Mince pies are traditional at Christmas, but if you want to stand out from a crowd, try this recipe.
For the pastry, you'll need 175 grams of plain flour and 75 grams of cold butter. Simply whiz together in the processor or rub in by hand.
Looks a bit like snow.
Add 25 grams of icing sugar and my special addition, the grated zest of an orange.
That's it. No need to think about water, whether it's the right consistency. I found an egg is just about right. So there we are. There really is no need to be scared of making pastry. This sweet pastry is foolproof. It works every time as long as you've measured carefully. Into the fridge until it's firmed up a bit.
After 10 minutes, the sweet orange pastry is firm and ready to roll.
I like nice, thinly rolled pastry. And you can see the flecks of orange which give it its flavour. And then take the cutter. The cutter wants to be bigger than the diameter of the tart tin, so that you've got lots of room for filling.
I like using a fluted cutter for a smart finish.
There's no need to grease the tin with pastry if you have over half fat to flour, which I have. So take a fork and just prick the base. Otherwise, if you don't prick them, they'll rise up in a bump.
For a no-fuss filling, use bought mincemeat, and to make it more special, add 100 grams of chopped dried apricots.
For these, I'm not putting a traditional layer of pastry on top, I'm putting marzipan instead.
Grate 125 grams of chilled marzipan and sprinkle a little over each one.
And it will melt down and become a little bit brown on top. It'll just add to the recipe.
For a crisp base, slide onto a preheated baking sheet and cook at 180 fan for about 15 minutes.
Oh, that's a bit of all right. They just look different and most tempting. There we are, 12 beautiful mince pies. And you want to see underneath, lovely and crisp right through. And then it's Christmas, a dusting of icing sugar. There are times when I burn the corner of a cake. Yes, believe it or not, a little dusting will cover up things. Just needs a bunch of holly and it's Christmas. That is oh so good. A thin layer of pastry underneath, masses of mincemeat, sprinkling of grated marzipan, and a dusting of icing sugar. Sheer perfection.
And there you have it.
There we are. You've got the carving knife.
A wonderful Christmas feast without the stress.
Where do Santa's little helpers go to relax?
Oh. Lapland.
No.
To a stable.
No.
Where do they go?
The elf spa.
Oh, I like it.
Elf spa. What do you like best?
The turkey.
The turkey.
All that remains for me to say is,
have a very happy Christmas. Mince pies are traditional at Christmas, but if you want to stand out from a crowd, try this recipe.
for the pastry, you'll need 175 grams of plain flour and 75 grams of cold butter. Simply whisk together in the processor or rub in by hand.
The looks a bit like snow.
Add 25 grams of icing sugar and my special addition, the grated zest of an orange.
No need to think about water, whether it's the right consistency. I found an egg is just about right. So there we are. There really is no need to be scared of making pastry. This sweet pastry is foolproof. It works every time as long as you've measured carefully. Into the fridge until it's firmed up a bit.
After 10 minutes, the sweet orange pastry is firm and ready to roll.
I like nice, thinly rolled pastry. And you can see the flecks of orange which give it its flavour. And then take the cutter. The cutter wants to be bigger than the diameter of the tart tin, so that you've got lots of room for filling.
I like using a fluted cutter for a smart finish.
There's no need to grease the tin with pastry if you have over half fat to flour, which I have. So take a fork and just prick the base. Otherwise, if you don't prick them, they'll rise up in a bump.
For a no-fuss filling, use bought mincemeat, and to make it more special, add 100 grams of chopped dried apricots.
For these, I'm not putting a traditional layer of pastry on top, I'm putting marzipan instead.
Grate 125 grams of chilled marzipan and sprinkle a little over each one.
And it will melt down and become a little bit brown on top. It'll just add to the recipe.
For a crisp base, slide onto a preheated baking sheet and cook at 180 fan for about 15 minutes.
Oh, that's a bit of all right. They just look different and most tempting. There we are, 12 beautiful mince pies. And you want to see underneath, lovely and crisp right through. And then it's Christmas, a dusting of icing sugar. There are times when I burn the corner of a cake. Yes, believe it or not, a little dusting will cover up things. Just needs a bunch of holly and it's Christmas. That is oh so good. A thin layer of pastry underneath, masses of mincemeat, sprinkling of grated marzipan, and a dusting of icing sugar. Sheer perfection.